Are you good?
Yeah.
Awesome. Good to hear. Eddie, I have, but I've actually, it's funny you brought that up. The other day I was looking at something and I thought about going back and recovering that as a cold case, the West Memphis 3.
I got a case that it could like take a couple lives to cover.
What it is.
The Turpin family.
Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
That is really crazy.
It is wild. I think we didn't we do a short thing on that once? Just a real quick once over.
If we did, I don't remember it.
I might have just
Because
talked
my
about
child brought it to me and I was like, what? And then I was watching
some.
videos and stuff on it last night and I was like, oh,
What year did that happen in? I can't remember
I
right
don't
now.
remember off the top of my head. I was half asleep when I was watching it.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Maybe
Hello,
we'll
everybody. Sorry.
maybe we will do that. If you want to do that,
Yes.
the thing we were talking about the other day with you,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to do that, you can start doing what you want to do with it, and we'll do it that way.
Okay.
It's up to you. It's crazy, SRB. It's wild. It really is wild. It's a wild one. It's very
What they
sad.
call them, the Turpin 13.
Yes, the Turpin 13.
Alicia, is there any case you don't know about?
He's a true crimer. How many cases do I not know about? You know what I mean? This is all I did for years before I even did this. You know what I mean? So you do learn.
Yeah.
They get stuck. They get stuck. Some of them you don't. Some of them I'd love to forget about. 2018 stitches. Okay, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that does sound right.
It'll definitely be considered a cold case. Interesting how I came to ask you about it. I learned last night that a movie was made. Reese Witherspoon. Yeah, Devil's Knot. That's exactly. It was a good movie too. Did you watch the movie, bud? It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. It is crazy, SRB. So yeah, plan for the Turpin 13. We're gonna cover that soon. Probably what is today? Tuesday, Wednesday. Are you good for well, tomorrow would tomorrow be too soon or did you want to do it Friday?
Let's do it Friday.
Okay.
Tomorrow, I don't know if I'll be around tomorrow. I got to go out to my parents' house and help them with some technology stuff.
Blowing me off for family again, I see.
I know. It's ridiculous, but
Good morning, Miss Cat K. Good to see
I'm
you.
more scared of my mom than I am of you, so.
Nobody's afraid of me. That's a joke. I'm a teddy bear. There's nothing to be afraid of. Good movie, Eddie. It was. It was a really good movie. You're gonna make me want to go back and watch it again. That's another movie that I was just like, wow. That was before I even really knew much about the case. Um, you know what? SRB, I could see that because I seeing you, I could see that 100%. That makes sense. And you too, actually. Different hair color, of course, with Alicia, but yeah. And guys, make sure to jump on over to Mama Bear's side of things. Hit that like button, subscribe if you have not yet. And if you haven't, what is wrong with you? What are you waiting for?
Right?
Come on now. And hit the notification bell so you don't miss nothing. But you guys are more than welcome because we're all here together to jump on over and hang out with her if you'd like to. You don't have to, but you're welcome to. But please at least make sure you hit the like button because I'm going to do it. Um, I always do every morning, at least once. It does smell prettier over there. All right. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. And yes, 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 yes. All right, let me see here. Thank you, SRB. Good sense wafting. They're wafting. All right.
Oh, I may not be here Thursday.
What are you just taking the whole damn week off? What?
I might. I could use a week off.
But I don't get to do that. What are you doing Thursday?
Thursday we have a Zoom meeting with the new school to get Lorelai a 504.
Oh yeah, that's important.
And then later in the afternoon is her therapy. So.
Gotcha. The 504, I would push for an IEP. That's you get a little bit more out of an IEP, but I mean, I guess you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we can even get a 504 just to get her through these last 7 weeks.
Yeah. What grade is she? Well, that'll carry though. Through next year and everything, you wouldn't have to do it again. So either way, I would mention it if nothing else. But
yeah.
Not getting any more treats.
She's says she wants to go back to in person next year, so we'll see.
well,
At least,
yeah.
So as long as they have 504, that'll at least carry over to Brownsburg, and I don't have to fight them for it next year.
Right. And that's why I said, I don't know why they do this to these kids, because we had to fight for Cadence too, but we got it. Thank God. We had help of a teacher though. Once he got, they started with the 504, but the 504 didn't do as much, anywhere near as much as the IEP did. And the IEP carries all the way through college for these kids. So that's why we fought and we got it done. And you don't have to do it every year. Once it's done, it's done. And it just chases them all throughout their educational career. So.
Oh, wow. In adulthood.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yep. Like I said, college and 2 other things too. So it's worth looking into at the very least.
Yeah, I don't know. And we can talk later. I'll tell you what's going on, but I don't know if she really needs an IEP at this point. But
I understand. That's fine. No worries. The 504 plans are good. Don't get me wrong. With Caden, that's how, like I said, we started, but we realized at some point as he started to get older, he needed a little bit more one-on-one, and it helped him to give reason, for lack of better terms, for him to go to school. He didn't want to go. You know how that is.
Oh yeah.
And the reason why he didn't want to go was 2 different things, come to find out, because his doctor told us that he admitted to he just didn't want to go. In some aspect, part of it was laziness, didn't want to go. The other part was dealing with other kids, and the bullying type situations, which we dealt with that too. But the IEP stuff gave him more of a lax situation where he was able to get up and leave the class for different things and so on and so forth, as to where before that they would make him sit. And with some of his ADHD issues, he has to move. He can't. He sings. He belts out songs in the middle of nowhere randomly, loud, and it's like you can't do that in school. So they had to give certain other things for him to do. So that's why we went for that. But anyway, good morning, Lacey, Miss Bonnie Bailey. Wonderful to see you, dear. I hope you're doing good. Wonderful to have you here. So yeah, I get it. whatever works is the best option for you guys. You'll get it. So, and I will keep my fingers and my arms, my legs, and my knees, everything crossed for you because they deserve it. Mocha, good morning. Hey, dudes. What's up?
I'm not a dude.
We're all dudes. Dudes. I love that little worm on the thing. That's cute. Trish said I had 2 kids with IEPs and one still has IEP in adult, and he got accommodations to leave the room to get. Yep. When I had 504, but put a plan least for self-harm issues. There you go. Got you. Yes, Mocha. Barb was found the same night. Everything was fine. Everything's good with her. So, but thank you for asking and caring. That's awesome. Miss Kim's in the house with CLK Creation.
She is.
Great. Cam, guys, please make sure to put the link in the chat for Miss Kim and the CLK Creation channel. Please go check it out. Check out her newest creations. All right, you guys. So today, like I said, this is the in-between days, Tuesdays and Thursdays, when we do the kind of the variety of different things and what's going on out there, current events, all that kind of stuff. One of the main things I wanted to review today were the interrogation videos of Richard Allen from the Delphi murders case. I wanted people to see who Richard Allen was before he got thrown into the orange jumpsuit and chained up like Jacob Marley and put in prison for being accused of the Delphi murders. Because this is me, nobody has to agree, believe that he's not the right person. There's our Stormy. Good morning, Miss Stormy. And I kind of wanted people to see him for a person and not just a murderer beforehand. Oh my God, it's okay that you're late, hun, but I'm sorry you don't feel good. I hope you feel better. Jeez. Everybody's sick. You're wanting to get me fired up this morning? Yes, let's get fired up. Because I'm gonna get fired up. And you'll see in this interrogation videos how he was treated even then. Innocent till proven guilty is the standard, folks, based on our Constitution. He was treated like a monster the moment he was brought in there, which kind of tells me almost like the plan was in effect immediately. That's all I'm saying. Mark Schumann, good morning, my brother. Good to see you today. He got royally, yes, he did, stumped. Good to see you. Oh, okay. Yeah, that did happen. And Mickey, yo, Mikey. The last 24 in the house. Miss Wisdom will be here soon. I think she had a doctor's appointment, just so she will be joining us soon as well. Yeah, I hope you feel better, Stormy. I understand completely. That's what I thought. Okay.
Mikey, you working hard or hardly working?
He's probably working hard. It's like spring and everybody's probably getting ready to get their pools up and running for the summer. This time of year is probably rough for him because he's got to help with all that pre-planning stuff. You know what I mean? Be real. Mikey, I need you to come here and get mine running for me too, if you can. It's not that long of a drive. It's only 18 hours. No big deal.
Right. Good morning, B-Real.
I think I'm going to have water brought in again this year. Be real, be real. Currently snacking, but today's a real cock. I bet it is, Bob.
Oh.
Sorry to hear that, brother. That, and he does everyone else's job when they're not doing it. He's always been that way. Yep. That's the only way the work gets done. Good golly, Miss Molly. Good morning to you. Good to see you, dearie.
Hello, Molly.
Listen, Stormy, by the way, if you're not good, comfortable, or feeling up to it, you don't have to be here, hon. You know that. Do what you got to do to get yourself right. Doesn't matter. That's more important. And I understand why you're not feeling good. So just handle what you got to handle. No worries about being here. We can handle it. That stuff sucks. I understand completely. What's your water well? Not good. My pool water, bro. It sucks to get it clear every year. Even with the thing on top of it that we have on it, the tarp or the cover, whatever, it still opens up and things leak in and it gets discolored and all that crap. So we never shut it down right every year, never. And it just takes so much time to get it right and chemically and all that crap. I hate going through it all, but I will, like I do every year. You're absolutely fine, Stormy.
Hey, Miss Brandy.
Brandy B. Brandy B. I hope everything's going good there. I wish we had city water sometimes, but the rates that they charge are insane. So no. Oh yeah, I got a pool. I got a pool and a whole bunch of property and a barn and garden and shed and a huge garage and everything. I do miss
we get a pool. We have to have an in-ground pool because the HOA doesn't like above ground pools.
Oh my God.
So guess what? My dog's going to have a pool and it's going to be above ground, whether you like it or not.
And the HOA is going to go to HELL.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I were to flat out buy this property, which we've talked about, we, depending on what happens with my disability and stuff, my wife wanted an in-ground, and I'm like, yeah, they're a little easier to take care of, I think, but I think shutting them down and opening them up every year is harder. I don't know, we'd have to ask Mike. Water's expensive here too, bud. I think it's, what the hell was it? 18,000 gallons. The price plan was like $500, which it's water.
So stupid.
And
It's like charging you for air to air up your tires. When they started doing that, I got so mad. Like, you're going to charge me for air.
Right. Well, that's the thing, is we can't use our well water because the color of it changes colors with the chemicals. It's crazy. So we had to have water brought in a couple times. It sucks. In-ground harder to shut down. Okay. Yep. And it collects rainwater. Yes. My other pool is at my other house in Hawaii, Stormy.
Yeah.
My other property. I buy those mini blow-up pools. I'm tiny, so whatever works. Good morning, Aurora. Welcome. Yep, Molly, exactly. It turns that rusty color. And no matter what you do, it seems like the more chemicals you add, the worse it gets. So we had to bring in water twice, and we can reuse that water as long as we keep it chemically correct.
Yeah.
We looked into the saltwater. Rhode Island. Good to see you. We looked into the saltwater thing, but it's way more expensive to maintain. And especially if you have to add extra water. Like if we add a little bit of water from our well, it doesn't hurt it. But if you were to do the whole thing, it would definitely be a pain. Yep, iron bacteria. Miss Molly knows. She spends all her summer in her pool. But the salt stuff is expensive, SRB. It really is. The pump, you have to change the pump out, I believe, and different. It's just a pain. It's a big pain. And I get to do all that work to it, so I don't like it. I don't even use the damn pool. I might get in it and stand in it and stare at everybody for a few minutes, and then I get back out of it. That's all I do in it. I don't do anything else in it. Felt like a damn chemist last year. I know. That's exactly what it makes you like. The first time we had that happen, we filled the whole thing. It took us because you can't fill it up straight out of a well because you'll drain your well dry and then you're screwed. So it took us 3 days to fill it, little by little by little by little. No, 4 days. And then we finally got it to the level it was supposed to be at. And it looked fine. It was perfect. It was clear. And then we put the chemicals in that you're supposed to put in, and it turned orange. And I went, what the hell is going on? I flipped out. Because since when do you add chlorine to something, chlorine-based chemical, and it turns an opposite color? So then I started buying all these other things, all these chemicals, and throwing them here and throwing them there and mixing this and mixing that. I was like a mad scientist with these little vial things, like, okay, this is what it's doing now, and let's shaking it up, and and it never worked. So we drained the damn thing. And then my daughter was pissed because she loves our pool. She comes here to swim in it all the time because she didn't have one. And she's like, where's the water? She came here one day, all sunglasses and bathing suits and towels and lotions and all ready, and walked over to the pool and looked in, and she was like, what the actual hell? Where's your water? Blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, you didn't say you were coming, so we didn't know, and all that. So anyway, so she called, and I'm like, listen, it's expensive. I just can't do that, and so she paid, and they came out and dumped the water in it. It took a matter of 5 minutes to fill the pool, which pissed me off, but whatever. The pump trucks they have are insane. It's like a fire truck almost. And it was perfect. And it was pre-treated water, which I liked. I guess that's why it was probably a little more expensive, but it was freezing. That was funny because she goes to get in and it was like ice water. That was and I guess the funny shit is they got the water from our water treatment plant right downtown here. I was like, okay, whatever. Mike says salt's a racket. It's still producing chlorine. Lapo chlorine, throw 300 pounds of salt in the pool and you never know the difference. Right. There you go. That's a lot too. 300 pounds. That's nuts. I threatened to dye the water. We talked about that too, Molly. Like throwing blue in it to make it look like it was, but it would have turned another color, purple or something. Because it was orange. Either way, we're just going to keep it the way it is. I have a piece of copper pipe in my filter basket. What does that do? Does that make it smell funny? Because I heard that copper rod that's in your water heater, if you have well water, if you have that copper rod in the hot water tank, that's what makes it smell funky. Is that true or false? 90. It's like taking a bath in it. I know, Molly. It's like bath water. We had it too. It's supposed to help with algae growth. Really? Thank you.
Maybe said access algicide.
Axis algicide. The copper does. That makes sense. Well, guess what we're doing this year? How big of a piece is it, SRB? You just throw a piece of copper in there and that's crazy. Oh, I know. Mikey knows. He's very good at that stuff. Helped me last year with certain things I had to put in it. It's good to have a pool guy in the house. Good. I'm glad that it worked out for you. Your kitty's beautiful, by the way. That's a really big ball of yarn, too. A bigger piece, 5 inches. Does it make a difference if it's bigger? Did it work? That's hilarious. I never thought of that. A bunch of magic erasers. Did it work? I could just see that.
Oh, my word.
Throw them all in. I mean, if it worked, it worked. Shit. 30 years to be good, and I need a new gig. I get it, dude. We put one in the basket before. The magic eraser. Welcome back, Under and Over It. It did, huh? That's crazy. My brother tosses straight bottles of bleach in his. We've done it too. Sometimes it's hard to find chlorinator. I'm telling you, the 3-inch discs, those big ones like this, you can't find those. Or I couldn't last summer. We couldn't find them at all. So, and to get the pellets, it's stupid expensive. I can't believe how expensive the chemicals got. It's ridiculous. And what's that stuff called? The bags of it that you throw in there, shock. That's almost double the price it used to be. And
we said yes, like 40 of them.
40 of them. That's insane, Molly. But hey, whatever works.
You can get them at
Chlorine.
the dollar store.
Yeah, chlorine is dumb expensive. We were using a liquid chlorinator, and it was almost double the price that it used to be. It's because the biolab caught fire. Well, that would make sense. You learn something new every day. All right, guys. We got 46 of you peeps in here with 30 likes. We're catching up. That's awesome. I appreciate you guys very much for being here with us today. Please make sure to hit the like button on Mama Bear's side of things. Please and thank you. And we got some things to review today. We're going to be looking at the interrogation videos with Richard Allen from the Delphi murder case. A few other things. I have some updates on some stuff we've already talked about. But that's where we're going to start today from Fox. There's a new update on the situation with the track meet stabbings that happened in Texas, guys. I'm going to start there with that for the day. And we have something great to end the show with, as we always try. According to what Mama Bear explained to me yesterday, I think you told me it was out and about. I knew Burning Bush is out, right?
Oh, yep.
So we're going to be looking at that at the end of the show today. So make sure you get your Depends ready, because they will make you drizzle sometimes. Yeah, they sure did. They did, bro. I mean, you can tell, like, they ran him through the coals flat out. So, and I want it to be seen. I want it to be seen as this is the man before they did what they did. Like I said, before they changed him up like Jacob Marley and threw him in that orange jumpsuit. He was a human being beforehand, guys. So that's why we're going to be going through that.
Yeah.
100% in my opinion. All right, let's check this out first and foremost. Good morning, Under and Over. And welcome, Ruby Slippers. Peaky, good to see you. It does, Stormy. It needs to be seen. 100%. Thank you. All right, let me know how the audio works on this stuff, guys.
Accused of fatally stabbing a Texas student athlete during a track meet, allegedly admitted to the crime. Now, he also asked officers if his actions could be considered self-defense. That is according to a newly released arrest report. On Wednesday morning, 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, a junior at Memorial High School in Frisco, Texas, was killed at a track meet. Police said a student from Centennial High School in Frisco, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, stabbed Metcalf in the chest during a fight. Anthony was arrested, now charged with first-degree murder, and is being held in the Collin County Jail on a $1 million bond. Our Fox 4 Dallas team has been covering all of the information here. Alex Boyer has the latest.
In that 7-page arrest warrant affidavit, several witnesses, including Metcalf's twin brother, describe how that deadly encounter went down. It also revealed that the suspect reportedly admitted to a Frisco police officer that he stabbed Metcalf.
My son is gone, and I don't really have words. I've tried to figure out what I was going to say, but he's just going to be so missed.
The pain is still raw for the Metcalf family after 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed on Wednesday morning at a UIL District 11-5A track meet in Frisco.
I think he was extremely smart, always in the box. He just came to him real easy, and just him playing football as well just made him just a great person overall.
Here's what happened according to witnesses and the police report. Metcalf got into an argument with the suspect, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, over a seating dispute in the bleachers. Metcalf told Anthony he needed to move from under the team's tent.
He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is because they have personal items there.
Anthony opened his bag and reached inside and said to Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." Metcalf reportedly grabbed Anthony and told him to move.
He knew he wasn't supposed to be there. He was just just a tragedy what happened.
That's when Anthony pulled out a black knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest once before running away. When Anthony was taken into custody by a Frisco police officer, Anthony reportedly confessed to the crime, saying, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to," adding that, "I was protecting myself," and then asked the police officer, "Is he going to be okay?" Metcalf died in his brother's arms.
I'm not at that point to forgive and forget, but eventually I will. But I pray for his family. I pray that they understand what we're going through as well.
This whole community has really wrapped their arms around us. And if I could say anything to the nation, I would say to make sure that you just hug your babies tight, because you don't know when the last time you get to do it.
In a statement released by the Metcalf family this afternoon, they say their focus is now on laying Austin to rest. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Anthony remains in the Collin County Jail on a $1 million bond. Alex Boyer, Fox 4 News.
I just don't understand this. Like, it's not okay. Okay. You don't, especially kids, like, you just don't stab somebody because they ask you to move and they're trying to move you out of an area you're not supposed to be in. Okay, what happened to people fist fighting? Everything has turned so damn violent now.
Or just, okay, my bad, I'll move.
Right. Right. Christ,
mean,
you gotta pull down on a knife and fucking stab somebody to death. Excuse my language, but it's insane.
Yeah. And then wants to claim self-defense, my ass.
Self-defense, right? And I mean, not that fist fighting is okay, you guys. I'm not saying that.
Right.
What I'm saying is, it back in the day, you know, if somebody were to come at me and put their hands on me or whatever you want to say, and it even then, okay, that's fine. But you don't. The kid knew he wasn't supposed to be there, and he was just being an ass, in my opinion, and fighting against the fact that he wasn't supposed to be. He didn't want this kid to tell him anything, is what it was, and whatever. So, but instead of swinging and maybe hitting somebody and starting that, you know, you pull a knife out and take somebody's life. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's either with guns or knives. The violence is insane. It's beyond insane. Fight over seating location sounds like a pretext to incite a fight. Came armed, and yeah, that's the point right there, Eddie. Thank you for pointing that out. It sounds like he was ready, like wanted something like this to go down. If you're already, you brought this with you and you're waiting for this situation, and now you're gonna pull the self-defense thing. No, it doesn't work that way, and I hope they don't allow that in.
And that's what I was saying to the girls and the mods when I was looking at this, because I had to vent. I was like, so because he said, touch me and see what happens, that was kind of like his cue, you know, and then he can go into the self-defense, whereas the kid probably should have just been like, okay, let me go get an adult, you know, teacher or something to handle this. But
well, kids are stubborn, and see, it's scary. It's scary, guys, because these are our kids. Okay, to know that something that minute and that ridiculous could set that off,
right?
It's insane. And yeah, I've seen twice and heard that there's a GoFundMe that was created for the kids' defense, and that there was over $200,000 in this GoFundMe.
Oh my.
And I'm thinking to myself, are you kidding me?
It's Texas, Aurora.
What is our world coming to? You know?
Yeah, Trish says premeditated due to student bringing knife to a school
That's
sporting event.
I hope so. I hope so. And I hope that he's tried as an adult.
Yeah.
It is. 100%, Bemi. 100%. It is out of control, and it needs to come back together. Yeah, you're at a sporting event, which is an event for the school. That should be first off and foremost, you know, automatic expulsion, criminal charges. At least here, they file criminal charges against you if you have any form of a weapon at all. Caden, Jesus, when he was in, I think, the 8th grade, he had a little, like a, one of these. It was even smaller than this. Tiny little, like a penknife, okay? And it
Oh
was
yeah,
in
I got one of those somewhere.
Yeah,
It's like
it was in the little zipper portion of his backpack because he used it. He used the backpack because he had spent the night somewhere and they were like camping, and that was in there, and he forgot. So he was going through his book bag and pulled it out accidentally, like, oh shit, what, like, what's this doing? He forgot about it, and the kid saw him pull it out, and he put it back in real quick. Went and told somebody. They came and got him. He almost got expelled from school for the whole year. It was ridiculous over that. So that's good that they have those regulations. I get it, but he wasn't pulling it out on anybody. He wasn't threatening anybody. He wasn't doing anything. It was an accidental thing. So from that point forward, once we got him back in school, which was a fight, I think he was out of school for like 6 months over that. Okay. And he was doing schoolwork at home, which it was right before the demic thing happened. So it didn't matter. It worked out to be the same thing. But anyway, we got him back into school once it was explained what it was all about, so on and so forth. But their tolerance for that is 0, which is good. But the circumstances behind it, it was completely different. Now, if somebody pulls it out on you, then you should absolutely be expelled and criminal charges should be brought against you. You don't do those kinds of things in school.
or on school property.
See, that's bullshit to me. Look, and the girl that pulled a knife on Alicia's daughter got 3-day suspension. That's bullshit to me. No.
3 days.
See, they should be expelled and there should be criminal charges brought against you. That is a violent act, an act of violence. The outcome could be what we're seeing right here. You see what I'm saying? That's insane to me. A cell phone forensic expert needs to examine his phone and interview all those in. Yep. That's a good point, Eddie. They should probably have somebody look into that situation to see if it was a whole thing. He may not have liked this kid to begin with. And this is his way of making something happen. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh, in kindergarten, Trish, they gave her in-school suspension or out of school suspension. Sorry.
A 5-year-old doesn't even know what they're saying at that age.
Yeah.
They just, you know what I mean? They don't understand the repercussions. That's insane. Alicia said she tried to press charges and have heard not a PC. Nope. That's the school trying to intervene. That's bullshit to me. Oh, I hate schools that do that. 0 tolerance for bullying and 0 tolerance for this and that. They don't. Bullshit. Sorry. My son was bullied through his entire school career. We have 0 tolerance, Mr. Mayoris. Is that why my son had to resort to putting a kid in a garbage can to get him to leave him alone?
Right.
And then he got in trouble for 3 days. Yeah, that's not how that works. And I watched it on camera. I think I told you guys about that.
I think
I
so.
watched it on camera where this kid followed my son around the cafeteria, sitting down in front of him and picking at him the whole time, the whole lunch period till the very end. Nobody said, there were teachers all around too. Nobody said a damn word. My son asked 3 or 4 times, can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help me? They were too busy for him until he finally got pissed off when he was throwing his tray in the garbage and the kid came up behind him and pushed him. So my son turned around and grabbed him and threw him into the garbage can and walked away. That's what you get. And when we watched it on video in the principal's office, the resource officer even laughed and said, good. The kid was a punk that did it. So it is. It really is. Got me. It really is. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation these days. All right, moving on. Sorry, I'm rambling. Oh, that was the other side to this, I think. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I always give you guys the 2 pieces. This is the second half to the other update on that. Hold on.
Good evening, I'm Steve Eager.
And I'm Heather Hayes. That event was relocated to Little Elm from Frisco with strict requirements for parents and for students. Fox 4's Alex Boyer has more on the event and on the criminal investigation. Alex.
Hey guys, and I can tell you that that enhanced security presence was really obvious as soon as folks drove up to Lobo Stadium in Deep Elm. Spectators as well as student athletes had to undergo screening before they could even go in the front doors.
There was a very visible police presence at Lobo Stadium in Little Elm Monday. Student athletes and spectators were met by security personnel as soon as they walked up to the front doors. They had to go through metal detectors and have their bags checked before being allowed inside the UIL track meet. Little Elm and Frisco police also provided more security personnel.
And one way or another, people begin to sort of do the Monday morning quarterbacking by saying, look, we could have
That's the most ridiculous statement that any person could say, Alicia. She says it was on camera for my daughter. They tried to say it was just a tiny knife. That I don't care what it was. It could have been a nail file for all I care. If you use it in a certain type of way, it can be very dangerous. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. It's the threat of it alone that's the problem. That somebody even threatens that. That's bullshit. Because who knows what the next situation would come to. And now that girl's been allowed basically to get away with it, in my opinion, it's going to happen again to somebody else. And it could be fatal, folks. That's the problem right there. That's the problem. Unbelievable.
and may have done the following things.
Dr. Alex Del Carmen is a criminologist who has been following the developments in this case. Last Wednesday, 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed after he was stabbed in the chest during a fight with 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony over what was said to be a seating dispute in the bleachers. Anthony has since been charged with first-degree murder.
Unfortunately, victimization could happen at any time, at any moment, even when we think that we are safe.
Monday also brought the first public comments from the attorneys representing Carmelo Anthony in a statement that said, in part, Carmelo and the entire Anthony family are sincerely saddened that a life was lost and offer their condolences to the family of Austin.
I don't believe that. What did this kid think was going to happen when he stabbed him? Did he think it was just going to hurt him? He stabbed him in his chest, and the kid died, so it was a fatal wound, which tells me that you kind of knew what you were doing for that to happen that way. I think if you didn't want to cause permanent damage, first off, you wouldn't have done it. Second off, why did you just not show it to back the kid away? Instead, you actually had to go through with it, and you did it in a fatal way. That tells me that you knew what you were doing to an extent. So this right here, I don't believe this. I'm sorry.
Metcalf. During this difficult time, we urge the public to refrain from rushing to judgment before all the facts and evidence are presented. And with social media comments swirling about this case, community activists are pressuring Frisco PD to be transparent about the status of the criminal investigation.
The data shows that these acts of violence are random. And they don't happen, every day. Now, the question really is the community concerned enough to be able to, pay the taxes, pay the money, to have the security protocols that need to be in place?
And time will tell. In the meantime, I can tell you that Anthony remains in the Collin County Jail on that $1 million bond. In that same statement from his attorney, the attorney says that amount is, quote, excessive and is looking to get it reduced. For now, they say they are not making any further comment.
Okay. I don't know. I know this is a child, but I don't have any love for this situation.
Right.
This is a reminder.
And
Lunchtime.
It's lunchtime.
Like, yeah, sorry. It's to remind them for their classes.
Right.
Got Stumped said, can you imagine the headlines if it were the other way around?
Oh my God. You know how that would have went.
Oh, yeah.
We all know exactly how that would have went. And they'd be probably rioting at this point, to be honest with you. I'll be truly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's understood. But yeah, that's not how this is supposed to go, folks. These are kids. And that's the problem. They don't act like kids anymore. And it's a big deal, folks. It needs to be dealt with. It really does. In my opinion. So moving forward, I hate to do this to some of you because I know some of you are not fans of her. Thank you, Stormy. Oh, awesome. Good stuff, dear. Thank you. I want to play something in regards to the Madalena Kojikari case. Nancy put out 16 hours ago. Nancy Grace. I know some of you guys can't handle her. Just bear with me. I'm sorry. But this is kind of interesting. Exactly, Denise. No excuses. I agree. So let's see if we can check this out. Kind of interesting. I thought you guys would be interested in this. For anybody that's followed Madalena's case, I have a sad case, very sad situation. So hopefully we'll get something out. Sorry, Bonnie. I'm sorry. You know, I love you. It'll be quick. It'll be quick. I promise. I'm sorry, Nate or Bonnie. I'm sorry. She said no. I love you, Bonnie. All right, guys, let's check out. See what Aunt Nancy's saying today. Oh, Lord.
Breaking news tonight, a beautiful little 11-year-old girl, Madalena. Her photos are all gone. Then there's the hidden bag of cash. And why is a priest in another country pay thousands and thousands of dollars? What does that have to do with this 11-year-old girl? Where is Madalena? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
Investigators have developed and followed nearly 250 leads spanning across state lines and across the globe. We have interviewed hundreds of people in North Carolina and other states, and again, across the globe. We went door to door to at least 245 homes, focusing on the Victoria Bay community where Madalena lives. We canvassed businesses and scoured through hours of surveillance video from all over the area. We also led land and water searches around Lake Cornelius.
You are hearing Deputy Chief Jennifer Thompson joining us, Deputy Chief of Cornelius Police Department. Been with LE over 20 years, believe it or not. Let's go straight out to the Deputy Chief. Chief, you were just describing an exhaustive search so far for this 11-year-old little girl, Madalena. When I hear what all you and your people, men and women dedicated, have done, it's got to get exhausting. And I was looking at door to door to at least 245 homes. Just before I get into her disappearance and the missing photos and the bag of cash, thousands of dollars of cash, and then the priest in another country getting paid thousands of dollars as well, I want to talk about what you and your team have done so far to find her. How did you organize a search of door to door, 245 homes at least? And when did that happen?
It happened pretty early on. We had the assistance with the FBI and the State Bureau of Investigations here in North Carolina. We arranged a door-to-door canvass of Madalena's neighborhood. So hundreds of law enforcement officers teamed up and literally went door to door, knocking on each door, seeing if anybody knew anything, heard anything, had any information on Madalena. If they, what her kind of everyday activities was. And if we weren't able to make contact with somebody, we followed up. So literally each door we knocked on and made sure we made contact with somebody.
Deputy Chief, question. You brought in such a variety of LA law enforcement, from the FBI to various local agencies. How do you pay them all? It's got to be overtime.
Yeah, when it comes to how do we pay all these officers that came in to assist us from the beginning, that money did not matter to us. A lot of our officers who were off on the days of the searches volunteered their time to come in. We paid them, so that money wasn't even on our radar. It was hitting the streets to try to find out information about Madalena. So the feds and the state agencies and the other agencies that helped us out, I mean, they sent people, and it did not matter what it was going to cost.
You know, so often, Chief, when we hear anything in the media about LA law enforcement, it's bad. It's always police brutality, police did this, somebody used drugs, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not saying that's not true. What I am saying is all of the LE, some of the most honorable people I have ever met were law enforcement. And I'm just thinking about when Madalena goes missing, it's all hands on deck, whether they're getting paid or not, to go to nearly 300 homes door to door. You mentioned two things that really struck me. You referred to her or the situation in the past. That's all that finding Madalena was all that mattered. I'm curious about past tense there, because with all of the evidence that we're digging up from these newly released documents regarding Moldova, it's very, very, let me just say, intriguing that she disappears and a priest there is paid thousands of dollars. There's just a lot of trail to follow. But, Chief, the FBI, how did they get into this?
We called them. We knew that we needed assistance greater than what we had the manpower for. They have experience, obviously, in working missing persons cases, and they were on board pretty much from the get-go. So with the help of the FBI and the State Bureau of Investigations, it was all hands on deck pretty much from the get-go.
You know, what I'm noticing with me is renowned death investigator, professor of forensics, Joseph Scott Morgan at Jacksonville State University, which has an incredible criminal justice and criminal procedure wing, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, host of a hit series, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, you and I have been called in overtime so many times, and the chief is right. You don't think about, wow, I'm not getting paid for this. You think about the victim. And it's, in this case, it's really a race against the clock, because when you've got a missing child, you're thinking, has she been kidnapped? Has she been taken? Every hour, if somebody's driving the speed limit, is 60 mph, 60 more miles away. And I don't think that way when I'm called into a case.
No, you don't. And, you know, the old timers used to refer to it as sleeping in your shoes, you know, because time is of the essence. You're going to move about and try to process every angle that you possibly can. You know, one of the interesting things about this case is that you've got a major thoroughfare, interstate highway that runs through this area. And I can only imagine the authorities explored this to the extent that they could at the time, with I-77 running north and south. And just that roadway alone and having access to it can get you just about any place that you need to go in America. And so time is of the essence. Every time you delay, every time you wait, that you're not deploying teams of people, the individual, in this case, this poor child, is getting further and further away, potentially.
Deputy Chief Jennifer Thompson joining us at Cornelius PD. Chief, I have been told from other interviews that your people were actually running. Some of them were running from door to door. They'd speak to one house, they might search it, they might search the curtilage, the buildings, or the land around the home, and they would literally jog to the next door. You had to be thinking about what Joseph Scott Morgan just said, that interstate that's so close, so accessible to her home.
Right. We were thinking all sorts of things were going through our heads. I mean, the interstate, the time frame, the timeline, just getting out there as quickly as we could. And, you know, every missing persons case is important, but, you know, an 11-year-old girl, lots of us in law enforcement that were here during that time are parents. And so we knew the importance of getting out there and in the streets and talking in front of people. We knew that was most important.
Joining me is renowned attorney, criminal defense attorney Derek Smith at dwsmithlegal.com. Derek, when you look at these photos, as you and I have looked at so many missing children, murdered children, kidnapped children, children that are part of a custody battle and they disappear. Did you see these photos, Derek? I mean, this little girl, I was looking at the pictures. She is at Christmas getting presents. It looks at one point that she is at Yellowstone because I see a steaming pool of water behind her. There she is, you know, they're there. That looks like, to me, when I took the children to Yellowstone. I mean, this child seems very loved. Look at all those candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That looks like her 10th birthday. And that doesn't just happen, Derek. All of these photos showing all of these events in front of a dessert, at a party, at Yellowstone. That doesn't happen with the child never being loved. This child, somehow, somewhere along the way, there she is at Myrtle Beach, was deeply loved. Or Derek Smith, is it like the House of Horrors? Remember that out in California where the mom and dad would parade all the children, like 11 of them, out in matching outfits on vacation, and everyone would say, wow, what an awesome Christmas card. All the while they were being tortured inside, but we don't get any hint of that here. And in that case, the Turpins, let me bring them up to Ghoul straight from hell. The Turpins homeschool their children. Nothing wrong with that. My point is they were never really let out like Madalena is. She goes to school. She is in swimming, where she could tell people, if she wanted to, anything that was happening at home, unlike the Turpin case where the children were literally chained to the beds. Okay, we don't have that here, but we're seeing all of this evidence of real love.
Yes, Nancy, and that's what makes these kind of cases so tragic and so difficult. I mean, you can tell, as you've seen in some of these cases with children, victims, or gone missing, you can see when you get some of the photos from the family how they're manufactured. How, you know, this isn't really how they act. These pictures don't seem to match reality, but it's not in this case. She looks genuinely happy. The parents look happy. They look like a normal, regular, happy family. So what is going on here behind the scenes? What are we missing? And that's the thing that's really makes you think. Go ahead.
Or maybe, Derek, we're not missing anything within the home. Of course, the first place you look when a child goes missing is in the home. But to Dr. Heidi Green, following up on this train of thought, let's follow it through to its logical conclusion. You see, from when she's a little girl, all the activities, all the photos, all the videos, which depicts everything they're doing for her. Guys, Dr. Heidi Green, clinical psychologist, trauma specialist, author. You can find her at drheidigreen.com. Yes, pictures can lie. Of course they can lie. I've seen that a million times. But these are not just snaps. They are out doing activities, out with trips with the family, celebrating a birthday. That's a family birthday. There's not a lot of kids around there. They're having a family birthday, maybe at the supper table. I've seen Disney, Yosemite, Myrtle Beach. It paints a picture of a very happy family. So I'm trying to put the pieces together, figure out, has this child been spirited away to Moldova? But what do the pictures, if anything, tell you, Dr. Heidi?
This was the one thing that I was so struck by as well. You mentioned the case from California. And in that case, even in those pictures, you could see that some of the children were emaciated. You could see that some of the children had sunken eyes, but not in this case. Her eyes are bright and shining. She's making very exuberant facial expressions. She looks well fed. This does not look like a child who is being tortured or is living under any sort of distress whatsoever. Her facial expressions, her body expressions say that she is a genuinely happy child. And it does give a sense that this is a child who at home is well loved and who feels safe in her environment.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. There is a growing crime trend the FBI calls house stealing. Criminals forge your signature, they use a fake notary stamp, and bam, your home title is gone. Then the criminal takes out loans on your home or even sell your home without you knowing. The last known depiction of 11-year-old Madalena Kojikari. There she is. There she is. Nothing seems amiss. This is November 21, just before Thanksgiving break. Let's play it on a loop for a moment. Everybody's getting off the bus. End of the day. Okay, look at her. Playing with her necklace, straightening it up, fixing her hair. A precious little 11-year-old girl, Madalena, never seen again. Joining me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But I guarantee you, Deputy Chief Jennifer Thompson joining us from Cornelius PD, how many times did you look at that video for any clue at all? Because I sure have.
Hundreds, at least. Doing the same thing you did, constantly looking at her mannerisms, the people around her, her clothing, her eyes, her body language. It's something that I've done so often, and we all have, looking for some sort of clue.
Joining me, Elaine Ottadias, investigative reporter, former reporter of People magazine. Elaine, thank you for being with us. This case has been almost an obsession for you. You have combed over every detail. What, if anything, did you observe on that last video of Madalena Kojikari?
When I look at that video, I just see a regular girl exiting the bus with, people that she rides with every day. Nothing looks out of the ordinary. If anything, I expect her to get back on the bus the next day.
And Deputy Chief Thompson, I assume you guys interviewed her classmates and people that rode with her on the bus to find out, was anyone at the bus stop? Did she walk off on her usual route? Because we've had, there's a stat, Deputy Chief, that about well over 33% of all missing children revolve around the bus stop, the bus, the route to school, pick up, drop off. Over 1/3 of missing children are somehow connected to a bus stop, or getting to school. So did she take her regular path from the school bus? Did any of those students notice anything odd or unusual, including her teachers or the bus driver?
We talked to everyone that you just mentioned. We sent a team to the school to interview her classmates, her teachers, spoke with kids that were on the bus. Nothing was out of the ordinary. It was just the same as she got off the school bus the week prior.
Well, I can tell you this much, Joe Scott Morgan, you don't just get off the school bus and dematerialize. Okay. You don't get transported like in Harry Potter to Moldova. That doesn't happen. So I'm trying to figure out what, if anything, I can deduce from this. And I know many people may say, hey, you're overthinking this, but I want to know what's in her backpack. I want to know what she left with that morning. I want to know, did she take her regular route home? Was her bus stop close to her home? Was it, Deputy Chief? Was it close to her home?
It was close to her home.
How close?
At the corner. I mean, right near her house. Not far at all.
At the corner, for Pete's sake. But, we've handled cases, investigated them, and covered them of children missing from the school bus stop or on their way to the bus stop. Oh, for Pete's sake, Ben Ownby, I'll never get his case out of my mind. And there were many other, but Ownby was taken near a bus stop and he wasn't seen again for years. He had been taken by a male predator. And when he got to the male predator's apartment, there was another kid in there that had been taken from a bus stop. That said, let me go straight back to Elaine Ottadias. Elaine, I've got a real problem because that video we just showed was on November 21. November 21. But Elaine.
Yeah, I agree with SRB. I think she got home too. I think she made it home, and whatever happened at that point. I definitely think she was home because it was super close to the house. So, I think she got home, got inside, and everything commenced from there, in my opinion. Wonderful to have you here, Sherry.
When was she reported missing?
More than 3 weeks later on December 15th. And that's because they were forced to report her. The school officials finally went to Madalena's mother and asked where she was. They left a packet on her doorstep for truancy. And they eventually spoke to her on the phone, and the mother agreed to go to the school with Madalena. But when she went for her meeting, of course, Madalena wasn't there. And that was on December 15th. And it was then that the school officials raised several eyebrows and said, we need to call authorities.
On December 15th, Diana Kojikari tells the Bailey Middle School and Cornelius Police she doesn't know where her daughter is and hasn't seen her since November 23rd. Investigators start searching for Madalena right away and begin work on a timeline for her disappearance. In the first hours of their investigation,
This is why I believe that their parents may be involved in this one because of the timeline. In my opinion. Welcome, Wisdom. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Ray Knightley, welcome and congratulations. Welcome back to the sauce. It's wonderful to have you in the sauce, guys. New meatball. Miss Paula, always an honor to have you here and a pleasure to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us.
detectives find a video of Madalena Kojikari on her school bus taken November 21st, 2 days before she vanished.
Please join us on our mission to find missing people, especially.
Mother and stepfather say an argument between the two broke out the night Madalena was last seen. Early the next morning, Saturday, Christopher Palmater left the house and drove to his family home in Michigan. Diana Kojikari says she noticed Madalena was gone, along with her bag and clothing the next day, but never said anything to police. Asked why she didn't report Madalena missing, Diana tells police she's worried it might start a conflict with her husband.
Okay, let me understand something, Elaine Diaz. She's last seen by anyone else November 21. The school is looking into a truancy problem. In other words, she's not showing up for school. The mom says, okay, we'll come in and we'll explain everything. The mom shows up without Madalena. That is when a missing persons report is filed. When the school gets about 3 inches up the mom's tailpipe. And then the story unfolds that the mom, and this is not Madalena's bio dad. I believe this is her stepfather. The mom and the stepdad have an argument the night before. I'm curious, what did that have to do with anything? I find that curious that they even talked about that. I mean, was the argument about why didn't you take the guinea pig outside? Or was it about why are you mistreating Madalena? I mean, that's a big issue. An argument about what? Then mom says the next morning she realizes that Madalena is gone, but doesn't say anything because she doesn't want to cause a conflict with the new husband. What? That doesn't even make sense to me, Elaine.
I know. It seems, in the affidavits with investigators speaking to them, there are not a lot of details, but they talk about this argument. And at that time, Diana says that her daughter was in her bedroom. We don't know what the argument was. Then we find out that she's gone the next day. But there's no concern about, where is my daughter? Did she go with her stepdad to Michigan? I mean, it's 2025. People have cell phones, so I don't know why there wasn't any sort of outreach or wondering where she was. And then the stepdad returns And they casually ask each other, have you seen her? Have you seen her? No one has seen her. And they don't talk
Okay,
about
whoa,
it
wait.
again.
You're making my head hurt. Deputy Chief Jennifer Thompson, hasn't anybody heard of Life 360? I mean, I can tell you where my children are right now by looking at Life 360 because there's no way in HELL they're going to separate from their cell phones. That is not happening. And so the husband comes home and she doesn't say, where's Madalena? See, none of this is fitting together with me. It's like they know where she is.
There are certain parts of that are part of our interview that I can't go into detail, but that was in one of the affidavits.
What do you mean it was in one of the affidavits? What was in one of the affidavits?
What the other lady just spoke about mentioned the argument between the parents.
Did they ever tell you what the argument was about?
Never really got a clear understanding as to.
Yeah, I have issues with that as well. Why did you burn the couch? Explain that one. I think both parents know exactly what's happened, where this child is, and why, in my opinion.
So what the argument was about.
See, I don't like it, Chief, because Dr. Heidi Green, I can tell you what my last argument, before we had the children, Dr. Heidi, we never argued, ever. Once they came along, oh, yeah, a lot of arguments about we should do this, no, we should do that. Our last argument was about the guinea pig. David didn't put the guinea pig outside for the day. That was the big argument. So was the argument about something silly like that? Or did the argument have something to do with Madalena? And when you can't tell somebody what was your last argument with your husband, you should.
Maybe it's because it's Nancy SRB. Maybe she doesn't know how to approach her. I don't know, but it is a little off. I'll give you that.
Be able to remember unless it was like ancient history. So the fact that they can't tell me what the argument is about, I believe that's incriminating.
Nancy, you're a mother. I'm a mother. Anyone who's a parent who's watching this knows that there isn't an argument that you.
Also, SRB, it could be that the police do have some kind of info and they have to watch how they're answering certain questions. You know what I mean? That's probably because it's still an ongoing investigation per se, like Alicia just said. So yeah, it could be that right there.
You could be in with a person on this planet that would keep you from reporting your missing child. Any typical parent is going to be losing their mind when they realize that their child is missing. And come hell or high water, they're making that call to the police. So this is a very difficult story to buy.
You know, Dr. Heidi Green, talk about an urgent 911 call when someone realizes the child has been missing for an extended period of time. Does the name Tot Mom Casey Anthony ring a bell? It's not her that calls 911. Oh, HELLNO. It's the grandma that loves baby Kelly. Listen to her on the 911.
My daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her. Your daughter admitted that the baby is where? But the babysitter took her months ago that my daughter's been looking for. I told you my daughter was missing for a month. I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. She just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself. There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car. Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name? Kaylee, Caylee, Anthony.
Now, that is a concerned grandparent. So, Derek Smith, you're a veteran criminal defense attorney. You try cases all over your jurisdiction, won a lot of them. So, I smell a rat that nobody can tell me. This is the night that Madeline disappears or is shuttled off to another location. Why? That leads me to the next question. Why would she be sent overseas or elsewhere, this 11-year-old girl? How do we find out about a big bag of money? Why is a priest in Moldova paid off thousands of dollars, $4,000? Now, Derek Smith, they can't tell me what that argument was about. And I want to know why. You know there's a problem there, right?
Oh, absolutely. There's a problem. But you know as well as I do when you're working in this business, the one thing that can overcome the love of another, especially of a child, is fear. And in this situation, I believe there is some genuine fear going on. Fear of what? We still don't know. But as we heard from the other panelists here, every parent, their child goes missing for a short amount of time, they're going to freak out. They're going to call people. They're going to try to find out what's going on. It didn't happen here. Now, why didn't that happen here? Maybe because somebody knows what's going on and they're afraid to bring that out for whatever reason. They're afraid of their spouse, as the mother was saying that she was afraid something might happen with the husband. If she were to say something, maybe that's a possibility. Maybe something going on that we don't even know about, that's an extra party in this that she's afraid of. But the one thing that will stop someone that loves and cares about the other is fear. Fear for themselves, fear for their daughter in this case, possibly fear from a spouse. We just don't know that.
Then we learn about sightings, credible sightings of 11-year-old Madalena. And we learn
Welcome, Kat.
about
Good to
an
see you, brother.
attempt
Thank
to
you for joining
smuggle
us
her
today.
out of the country for what?
Investigators believe Madalena's mother took a trip to the mountains of North Carolina during the 3-week period that she failed to report her daughter missing. Unsealed search warrants state that Kojikari sent a text message in early December indicating that she was in the presence of the missing child. Kojikari claimed to be searching for Madalena. Less than 2 weeks later, surveillance photos captured a girl and a man at Lowe's Foods. The man reported to be Madalena's only known blood relative in the U.S. Search warrants reveal that Diana Kojikari asked a distant relative if he would help with smuggling her and Madalena away from her bad relationship with her husband.
Search warrants reveal in the weeks after Madalena's disappearance that Diana Kojikari pays a priest in Moldova a combined $4,000 after talking with him by the phone for more than 10 minutes. It was determined by Cornelius Police Detective Gina Patterson that Western Union money was sent to Diana Kojikari's mother and a priest in Moldova.
And see, I always kind of wondered if Madalena was in Moldova. Somehow they got her away and over there, and that's why the mother ended up heading that direction. I don't know. I know that sounds a little wild, and I also can agree also with what SRB mentioned about the Michigan trip, but I'm not 100%. I feel like it's possible that she somehow or another got her over to Moldova and out of this. I don't know that it's, a bad situation with the stepfather, the husband, whatever. And that at some point, then she went over herself. I don't know. Don't quote that. It's just a thought, I don't know.
Why? Then we learn even more. Listen.
Madalena Kojikari.
See, that's what I heard, Sherry, that the mother met up with an uncle, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So, yeah, I kind of wondered if that's how that all possibly went down. So, yeah, absolutely.
Kojikari's grandmother, Rodika Kojikari, through a translator, accuses Diana's husband, Christopher Palmer, of trafficking Diana and Madalena for $5 million. While that might seem a wild accusation, a search warrant suggests Diana and Rodika Kojikari contacted a distant relative asking if he would help in smuggling Diana and Madalena from their home in North Carolina before Madalena disappeared. Diana told the relative she was in a bad relationship with Palmer and wanted a divorce.
Paying a priest in another country, Moldova, thousands of dollars. We also learned that the mom was spotted with a huge amount of cash. All that money seems to belie the claim that this was all because she wanted to get out of a relationship. She could do that right here in the U.S. So to Deputy Chief Jennifer Thompson, why pay a priest $4,000? Why is mom seen with stacks of cash? What do you think?
The priest situation, being from Moldova and some of her religious beliefs, it was explained to us that it was sent for prayers. Throughout the investigation, we have uncovered some other information about that.
Wait, $4,000 for prayers? Here in the U.S., you can get prayers for free. I can say a prayer right now, and it won't cost me a nickel. $4,000 for a priest in
Not as in the
Moldova
US,
to
Nancy.
pray?
Hush.
Really? You bought that?
Oh, I didn't say we bought it. I just said that's what we were told initially.
Okay, so I'm taking you didn't buy it. Praise the Lord. Deputy Chief, I've only heard good things about you, and you scared me there for a moment, but then we're learning more. Listen.
One theory is that Madalena may have been the victim of human trafficking. Court documents detail a call in which Kojikari and her mother discuss a large bag of money and a theory that the girl's stepfather gave the girl away for money. Palmeter is heard in calls with his brother and sister-in-law saying Diana Kojikari had a lot of cash and he didn't know where she got it.
Straight out to Elaine Autodias, investigative reporter, formerly with People magazine. Elaine, you have scoured all the court records, all the documents, all the affidavits. Is there anything to this theory? And where did all that money come from?
I mean, that's what they're trying to find out. I mean, they put search warrants for a safety deposit box, loan records, credit cards, bank accounts, their telephones. So police have scoured everything, trying to find out who's getting money. Is that what this is all about? I mean, we don't know what the reason anyone's being paid, but we do know that Diana paid $4,000 to a priest. That is what we know for sure.
And had conversations about smuggling the child to another country. But my question is, why? Why send the child all the way to Moldova? And why is the mom still here? But based on discoveries by Deputy Chief Jennifer Thompson and others, another and possibly more sinister picture appears.
The North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation search warrant shows investigators seized a phone early in the investigation that identified with a Discord account with 37 unread messages. Investigators believe the Discord account belongs to Madalena. The same warrant noted this investigation involves the believed sexual exploitation of a minor child victim. Discord is a voice, video, and chat app popular among video gamers, but child predators are known to use Discord to groom victims and trade sexual exploitation material.
Do we have the crux of her disappearance? Is she dead or alive? Was she sex exploited? Was she trafficked for sex? Jessica Morgan, could you explain what is Discord?
Well, yeah, it's actually if you're around kids, which I'm around a lot of them, college students that are gamers, they have the ability to hop onto these networks and talk to one another. And there's also, as was mentioned in the report, a video element to this as well. So you're already in a community of people that might be made up of underage people, and all it takes is for some predator out there to get their hooks into some kind of linkage through Discord, and you can begin to talk to individuals. Also, look, there are many disaffected kids that are out there, and if they have someone that pops onto their feed that just wants to be their friend, quote unquote, it can be quite dicey at best.
Let me go now to Deputy Chief Jennifer Thompson. What do you make of this little girl having 37 messages? Obviously, some of them sex-related, because now the investigation is veering into a sexploitation of a child direction.
It's super concerning. And those search warrants were done in the beginning of the investigation through a North Carolina SBI investigator that handles specifically those types of cases, exploring if that was a possibility of what happened to Madalena.
What in the Discord messages made them believe that she had been trafficked or sexually exploited? What in those 37 messages, Chief?
I wish I could go into detail, but I can't go into detail about the specifics of the messages.
Elaine Autodias joining us, investigative reporter, formerly with People magazine. Elaine, I'm very concerned that the mother was out burning her daughter's photos, her mattress, which I find very disturbing. Why would you burn your child's mattress in a fire pit? Her pictures, the mattress, her clothing, her Halloween costume, family photos in a fire pit. What can you tell me about that?
I mean, officially, police have not revealed motive or a lot of reasons, but we can think that burning her personal belongings, it's almost as if she's getting rid of the fact that she existed. Anything personal related to Madalena was burned in that fire pit. And in fact, neighbors remember seeing a fire going on at the house.
Thank you,
But
SIV.
one witness said, we didn't even know that Madalena was missing. So without that information, they saw it more as a fire hazard versus anything nefarious going on.
You know, Dr. Heidi Green, a clinical psychologist at drheidigreen.com, I find it hard, like if I'm making a scrapbook or photo album, if I have a duplicate picture of the twins, I have a hard time even throwing that duplicate in the trash. Right after I make the album, I'm attached to it, and I actually have big bags that say dupes on the outside where I won't throw away a picture of the twins. And this mom, according to reports, innocent till proven guilty, is burning her photos, her Halloween. I have every Halloween costume the twins have ever worn. I don't know if that's crazy, but I don't want to throw them away. They bring back all these amazing memories of trick-or-treating. But her clothing, her pictures, her Halloween costume, but her mattress, why would you burn pictures of your child?
This is where the story really gets bizarre and even more difficult to understand, because while we do know that everybody responds differently to trauma, and sometimes when people are in a trauma state, they do things that seem very unusual, but it is, again, very hard to believe that a grieving or panicked mother would be burning her child's pictures. If anything, she would be passing these pictures out, trying to get the word out that her daughter is missing.
Where is 11-year-old Madalena Kojikari? In recently released documents, we're learning a lot. Straight out to Professor Forensics death investigator Joe Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, I understand that multiple search warrants were executed in the home. Stains were swabbed in several areas, from a light switch to the carpet in a bedroom. I wonder if that's the same bedroom where the mattress was burned. There's nothing good about mommy burning the mattress in the backyard.
No, it's a very specific item. And that's what, when you said that, I was scratching my head thinking, why in the heck would you burn a mattress? Generally, we find all kinds of biological samples on mattresses, and particularly when you're talking about violent crimes, we're talking about the issuance of blood. There would be blood deposition, perhaps. Why? I can't imagine in my wildest dreams why someone would purpose to destroy a mattress other than it would hold some kind of physical evidence relative to this. And the fact that they would do it in a fire pit, it would really draw attention to you in that. And I find it interesting that the neighbors thought, well, it's a fire hazard. They had no connectivity between this missing child and the burning of these items at that point in time.
We wait as the investigation goes on. If you know or think you know anything about the disappearance of this 11-year-old little girl, Madalena Kojikari, please dial 704-892-7773. Repeat, 704-892-7773. There is a $25,000 reward. We remember American hero, Detective Benjamin Campbell, Maine State Police, passed away in the line of duty. 9 years with law enforcement, survived by grieving wife Hillary and their son, sentenced to life without dad.
American hero, Detective Benjamin Campbell. Thank you to our guests and to you for being with us in our search for Madeline. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Thanks, Aunt Nancy. I don't know, Mama Bear, thoughts on this case situation?
Not really. I don't know what to think about that one.
It's a little hard. I mean, seeing it's a I want to go one way with it, but then there's other things that make me want to go another way with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The mother burning things and coming up with a bunch of money makes me think of trafficking. Okay.
Right.
And again, like kind of like what Nancy said, you know, making it seem like the child never existed. Okay. But at the same time, going back to what SRB said, the whole Michigan trip was a little strange. You know, were the parents together in this? And, you know, he got his money, she took her money and left. I don't know, but there's something not right with this.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
And I think both the parents know what happened, in my opinion. I truly, honestly feel that they both know what happened to this little girl. And it's very sad to me because she was such a sweet little girl, never got a chance to you know, to have a good life. The parents were fighting all the time. They're both creepy people, in my opinion. And it's just sad. That's me, in my opinion.
Definitely.
I don't know, but I just feel so bad that these children are born into these families that they just don't have a choice. They don't have a chance. You know, Madalena, in my opinion, is one of them. Quentin Simon was another one. So many of these kids that are born into these families that they're just doomed from the day they they come into the world.
Yeah.
And that's a horrible thought to me. It really breaks my heart in a lot of ways. It's just horrible. So, all right, guys, I think I want to see what we got going on with these interrogations, guys. And I'm going to do the best I can with this. It's hard to find. I looked everywhere to try to find them somewhere besides a specific place that I didn't really want to go to, but
right.
I got to do what I got to do. Hang on a minute here. One moment, please. There's our Phil.
Hiya, Phil.
Worried about you. Let me see. Been watching on TV. I distinctly remember hearing Nutsy Gross. Wouldn't be long. Followed by, I appreciate you all. Oh, I love you, Phil. I love you. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't think it was going to take that long. I'm sorry. Nutsy Gross.
If I weren't half dead, I'd say you're killing me.
Jesus, Bill. Are you feeling any better today? You all right? Did you go get Did you go get X-rays? I've been thinking about you since yesterday morning and worried about you, truly. Never fails. Never, ever, ever fails. This lady can come in here and I'm dying laughing within seconds.
Yep.
I can't. The irony. Yes. The irony. You're amazing, Phil. I do. I love you to death. Thank you for making me smile. Not in the least. I do appreciate all love. I seriously, all jokes aside, I hope you're okay. And if you don't start to feel better, please, go get checked out. I worry about that. Yes. Phil brings the smile and the laughs. I mean, more than anybody can on a daily basis too. It's too much sometimes. Well, thank you, Sherry. God bless. I appreciate that. A beautiful dog, by the way. I do the best I can. I'm just me, and sometimes I overdo it. I don't mean to be that way sometimes, but it's just who I am. So, oh, damn it, Phil. That was great. I think it's the way that Phil puts her sentence to the sentences together, the things she says, the way that they're worded and stuff is what kills me the most, and it's just too funny to me. Because as soon as I say it, I'm picturing what is said in my head, and then I go backwards, and I die laughing. The one thing she said to me last week was too much. I couldn't help it, but I appreciate that, Sherry. I do the best I can. I really do. I really do appreciate you saying that. It means a lot to me. Yeah, Phil, I really would be. I would, not that it matters what I think, but would feel super, super way more comfortable if you did get checked out just to be safe. That bothers me. And I do sit and worry about it. You can ask Mama Bear on a regular basis.
Yep.
It took me this long to get out of bed to chime in. See, that's what I'm talking about. Other than being sore, it sounds like you might have some cracked or fractured ribs, Phil. That's the problem. And that can be dangerous if you're not careful, depending on what could happen. Sometimes if they're cracked, they have a tendency to break open and move depending on how you move, and they can puncture things. And I worry about that. So if you could make yourself get to that point, I would recommend it truly, just to be safe. We are both going into okay. That's what matters. All right. Just let me know if you're okay. Just be careful until then. Don't move a whole lot. That way, nothing bad else could happen. That's all. Hey, Chick Bait, good to see you. I'll be keeping you in my thoughts as I have been. Good Lord. All right, hold on a minute. This is the boss.
Yep.
Feels like a detached sternum. That's what I'm talking about. That's dangerous.
Yeah. Okay. That's funny, SRB. Well, it is lunchtime for most people. I'm like a tortoise beached on my back. Can't work through the pain to move. Oh, that sounds awful, Phil. Yeah, but there are certain things that if you bruise or break, man, it just affects everything. Like, you wouldn't think broken ribs would affect how you eat, but it affects how you eat, how you breathe, how you lay, how you sit, how you move. I hope I never have broken ribs.
Sorry, that was Mrs. Dago. I guess she fell down the stairs this morning as she was going to work because it was frozen. Everything was frozen solid. It snowed here again, by the way, last night. And she slid down the stairs on her butt, and she said her one of her butt cheeks is swollen and hurts worse than the other one. So she must have landed directly on
the edge on it or something.
Yeah, and she's stuck at work and she's on her feet all day, so I feel bad. So I have to go out and salt this. Well, it's probably melted by now, but I guess because it rained before and then that happened. So welcome, Louis Valos. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, and she
like concrete or wood?
They're wood steps.
Wood, yeah.
Yeah, they're wood steps, but still, like I said,
Yeah.
It rained and then everything froze overnight, and it snowed this morning. I woke up. Broken ribs before, fell through the Jesus, Bill, fell through the garage ceiling, and this is worse. So that could be it. If it is a detached sternum, you got to be careful with that, Bill. Seriously.
Yeah.
You had that weather too, Bonnie. Yeah, it's crazy. Everything rained. It rained all day yesterday. And then, like I said, everything got really cold last night. I could feel the temperature drop. And it started snowing at some point, and then everything froze. So she always goes out the door in a hurry and probably wasn't paying any attention or looking down, stepped like she always does, and went right off and all the way down. And I'm like, damn it. Why is it still winter in April? That's my question. I'm expecting snow for Easter, to be honest with you. We had it before.
Because we ticked off Mother Nature.
You've been angry with us for a while.
Mm-hmm.
This is fact. So you're in Cleveland. Yeah. I'm like down below you, south of you, Lewis. in between you and Akron. Away Easter. Yes. I don't know, guys. But again, I wanted to go through these interrogations. Crime Circus put this out. So if you guys, one moment here, I'm going to drop the link here for you to go check out Mr. Clown Guy over at Crime Circus. Subscribe if you have not. Hit the like button at least on the video for sure. I couldn't find these anywhere else, so my apologies. Around Dayton. Okay. Gotcha. So, I wanted people to see this guy right here, Richard Allen, before he was thrown into an orange jumpsuit, locked up and chained up and drugged back and forth through these courtrooms and forced to not eat per se out of fear and all the other things that the guy went through, because I still at this point do not feel that this is the right man for this crime. I really don't.
Oh my goodness, Bill.
It feels clicky, not like high school bitches and dickheads. Clicky more like a bag of chicken legs. Jesus, Bill. When are you going in? You're gonna make me nervous.
Yeah, it's definitely not normal.
Not normal. It shouldn't be clicking or rubbing or anything.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. See, it's the way she says things. I swear to God. Be careful until you get there, and please do whatever they ask you to do. And let me know you're okay. That's all I really truly care about, is that you're okay. And be careful driving there if you're driving. Yes, I saw that too. We're going to cover that too at some point under and over it. So anyway, I just wanted you guys to see him as a person before he was labeled a murderer. Because I think the same thing with Bryan Kohberger. They've never been seen as people. The propaganda came rolling immediately as soon as they were arrested, and that's all there was. You know, there was never any innocent till proven guilty in these cases. I don't think Richard Allen did this. I just don't. Now that you hear his voice in here too. It ain't him on that audio recording of Down the Hill Guys. That's not him. That's a fact. Okay. And it definitely doesn't look like him on the bridge. And I have my ideas as who I think that is. Just saying, this is not the guy, in my opinion. So here and these police officers were rough on him, as you'll see.
You're not going to make me believe it's me. you're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders. So I'm not really that concerned. So the reason we wanted to talk to you.
Now you can tell right out of the gate that voice is not down the hill, guys. That's not him. Okay, there. It doesn't look like him. It doesn't sound like him. The guy is way taller than this guy is. They didn't have any evidence whatsoever. The judge locked out any other defense being available to this. This is not the man that killed Abby and Libby, in my opinion. And it's disgusting to me because those girls and their families are not receiving true justice as far as I'm concerned.
Is about the Abby Libby case. I appreciate your time in doing that. And as a formality, before we talk to anybody about these things, I want to make sure you understand you're not under arrest or anything like that, okay? And the door here is open. You can leave anytime you want. I'd be glad to give you a ride back or whatever. So, but we need to make sure that we go cover a formality here. And I'm going to get to the page here with this is.
And he was so comfortable in knowing that he didn't do this. He had no worries about the interrogation because there was nothing he said that could pin him to it. And look where he's sitting right now. It's insane to me.
Miranda warning. So before we ask any questions, you understand your rights to the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to the lawyer for advice before we ask any questions and have with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, will be appointed for you for a question if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering each time. You also have the right to stop answering each time we talk to a lawyer. Like I said, you're not under arrest, so just want to make sure you understand those rights. Down here at the bottom, it says, I read the statement of rights.
Thank you, Chick Bait. That was sweet.
I do not want a lawyer at this time. And
Wow. Chick Bait just gifted 5 new memberships to the cafe. I can't see who they are. Can you see it, Bear? Yes, no. Can you hear me, Mama Bear?
I thought I unmuted. I didn't. Sorry.
Oh, can you see who got them?
Yeah. Summer Thunder, Unsolved Cases and News, Pam White, Max Tobeans, and 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Why do I only see 4?
Sometimes you gotta move. It was 5. Right. Thank you so much, Chick Bait. That's so very generous and so amazing. Thank you. And congratulations to all the new meatballs. Welcome to the sauce. It screws that up sometimes, unless you got gifted one yourself, Chick Bait. That did that to Brian one time.
Oh my gosh, did it really?
Yeah.
Well, Chick Bait's green. Maybe it did.
And YouTube screws this up all the time. It's crazy. Either way, I very much appreciate it. Okay. Chick Bait, and God bless. That's so amazing, so very generous, and we appreciate it so much. Nope, she said she had it before. So somebody, okay. It might show up later too. That's the weird thing.
Yeah.
Again, and congrats to the new meatballs. Welcome to the sauce with us. Appreciate it on all you guys for being here. And again, Chick, thank you so very much. It was amazing of you. This was put out 4 hours ago, but the actual interrogation was October 13th. The first interrogation was October 13th in Delphi, of course. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
I understand what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. If you'd be willing to talk with us, or just if you understand your rights, we just need your signature that we charge. Okay? Okay. Well, this is a formality we take care of whenever we talk to anyone.
We're just going back to the beginning of the case, and we know you talked to Lieutenant Doolin. We just want to figure out what you saw when you were out there before.
Great, wonderful. Okay.
I do believe so, SRB.
Now, Connie brought up something that you had done when initially you had talked to Lieutenant Doolin. And according to Lieutenant Doolin, the information he got to you was that you were on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. Does it make any sense? Okay. And that you had parked at the old Farm Bureau building. I think that may have been the old welfare office out there. Well, while at the Freedom Bridge, you saw 3 females and noted that one was taller and had black or brown long hair. This is basically what he had written down. Okay. And maybe even got some information about your phone or something like that. Oh, yeah. Okay, great.
Jeff.
So now you understand everything. So I want to make sure that we just kind of get some information from you. We get started here off the bat with today's date, which is Thursday. And today is 10/13 of 22. What time do you have, Tony? 11:15. 10:45. And your whole name is Richard. H-A-R-D. Matthew. Allen. That's A-L-L-E-N. Okay. And how old are you now? 50 years old. Okay. Your date of birth? 99/72. Okay, great. Can I ask you to write down the X is that right there? I'm in the 50-year-old club this year. Yeah. I'm beyond that, actually. So. Sure. No. You're already hard to believe. And do you know your driver's license number off the top of your head? No. Don't worry about it. The home address, I didn't get it when I was out there. What is it? 1967. 67. Whiteman Drive. Okay. And the phone number we contact that. 4533. Did you have water? I got one right here, John. Oh, okay, sure. I'll be right back. And do you have either cell phone number?
Jeff, I don't think it sounds anything like this man to me whatsoever. So I don't know what you're hearing, buddy, but I respect it. He went and talked to them himself because somebody had asked how they got in touch with him because he was there that day, and that's where it went into effect. So,
Chick, did you just gift 5 more?
holy Moses! It looks like she did.
Or is YouTube being weird? Let me see.
She said yes.
Okay.
Hey,
Jeff H. Got me stumped. Aurora. Boobery OGMF. And Christine T.
Awesome. Congratulations, guys. Welcome to the sauce. 10 new meatballs or more, maybe 13 or 11. But either way, thank you again, Chick. That's so very generous and amazing of you. God bless. Appreciate
Thank you, hon.
very much. Very much appreciated. That's amazing. Yes. And stumped. And all you guys, welcome to the sauce. I know, me too. Me too. That's awesome. So I laughed. Yeah, I don't think this sounds like Bridge Guy at all. Bridge Guy's voice was more. I'll be honest. It sounds older, as an older man's voice, and more. I don't even know how to explain the word I'm trying to think, but it don't sound like him at all. Don't sound like him at all. 9 memberships and no. Does Chick have a channel? Does she have do you have a channel, Chick, babe?
Oh, no.
Oh, I guess she does. It's right there. Thank you,
Oh.
Alicia. I didn't even realize. Now I do. Okay. Well, there you go. There you guys go. Check out Chick Bait's channel. I'm sorry. I didn't even really realize that. I did not know, Chick. I did not know. I do now. We just hadn't dropped it yet. Okay. Thank you guys and mods. Appreciate that. Jeff said, okay, so everybody know. Well, there you go, guys. There's a link to it right there. I'll have to go check it out myself and subscribe. We have, Jeff, but I just, it to me is like highly evident that that's not him. I'm just saying, no big deal. Yeah, I'll definitely be over there to subscribe and check it out.
Numbers that you can be contacted by.
I got my wife's number.
Okay, what is her phone number?
612-4753.
Okay.
Never dial numbers anymore.
You know, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. And how long have you had that phone number that's your lump sum number?
I believe I got it when I worked at Indy, so it would have been prior to 2006.
Okay.
Because it's an Indy number.
Okay. Okay. So, let's see. And can I ask what kind of phone do you have?
It's an Android, a Google.
Okay. Yeah. What's your email address?
RICK2045 @frontier.com.
Do you have any other email addresses? I have a couple myself, so I asked.
Yeah, I don't use it very often. Sunday. It's Foojacka, FOOJACKA 0 @gmail.com. And I had one at Yahoo at some point too, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, great. On social media, did you do applications you use like Facebook? No, at all? Do you have a Facebook account?
Oh, my wife does. I don't.
Sounds so familiar.
Yeah, in my opinion, for a guy that committed a murder that's being interrogated by police, he seems awful lighthearted and joking. Somebody that did this, in my opinion, I don't think would be that lighthearted and that much of a joker. But that's again just an opinion I have. Let me see here. All right. Thank you guys for dropping the link there too. And I'm subscribed as well, Chickbait now. Now that 100%. I think I may have been told this before, and I have a really bad short-term memory, and I may have forgot with everything going on, but I do know for sure now, and I am subscribed to you. So thank you very much for for donating the memberships, and I really do appreciate that. God bless. He does. That's what I'm saying, Cap. Very calm. He's in a joking mood. He's just being a funny guy. You know what I mean? And that doesn't come off to me as somebody that's just would be nervous that they're onto him. Victoria and Angel, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. That's okay. No worries. Absolutely no worries.
Okay. And does she post often? Things like
she's
on her all the time?
Yeah, she does.
Okay. All right. So what is your marital status?
Married.
Okay. And have you been married before?
No.
Okay. Number of children you were talking about? Your daughter. What's your name again?
Rick. Oh, my daughter. Rick Jr. BRITTANY.
Okay. And how old is Brittany now? You said the math earlier.
28.
28. Okay. She's born when? You said
1994.
94. Okay. And what's her last name now?
Zapanta. Zapamta.
Okay. And any grandkids?
No.
Oh, okay. And what's her husband's name? Is he from around here?
He's originally from the Philippines, but lived in Canada, and he's been here shortly before they got married, so around 16, maybe 15, 16, I don't know. They got married in 17.
What's his name?
Paulo, P-A-U-L-O.
Okay. P-A-U-L-L? Oh,
P-A-U-L-O.
I got it. Okay. All right. So, but he lived here for lots of years. Since the Panthers.
Victoria, were you just gifted a membership, dear? Yep. Okay. That explains the 5th membership then, guys. There he is. They're saying it in the chat. You guys are always ahead of me. Anyway, congratulations, Victoria, and welcome back.
Yay.
To the sauce. We appreciate you. Thank you for being here.
And around here.
No, not around here.
Around here?
No.
Maybe somebody else.
He was already up in Napa when she met him.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Graduated from high school. We're in
North Miami.
What year?
91.
Okay. And any other vocational training, college classes?
Went to Ivy Tech, like a couple semesters.
What'd you study there?
Accounting.
Okay. Any other vocational training or? Okay.
Well, I was in the military, but
okay. That's the question coming up here. Were you involved in any fraternal organizations, clubs, or athletics, or anything like that in school?
I did some track here and there. I did football for like a year, but nothing serious.
Okay. Any clubs or National Honor Society or something like that?
Oh, no.
Sorry. Military service. So what branch?
National Guard, Army National Guard.
And what was highest rank achieved?
E5 Sergeant.
Okay. Mostly around here? Or
no, it was in, I was born right, well, not born, but I lived in Mexico most of my life.
Mexico, like in
Indiana.
Indiana, like in America.
Yeah, you always get that. Yeah, Mexico, Clearly, Denver. Yeah.
Okay,
It was Mexico.
Yeah, okay.
But it was Peru was where I was in the National Guard at, sorry.
All right. Go to church anywhere?
No.
Have you ever?
On occasion, nothing.
Okay. Where did you usually go to? Any place around here? Or?
No, not around here.
Okay. Okay. Parents go to church, or did you take you to church?
No, my grandparents went to church. My parents didn't.
Oh, I see. Okay. Any criminal history? You've been arrested for anything? Any medical problems, heart trouble, high blood pressure, psychological disorders?
Oh, yeah. And everything.
Okay.
I've had a heart attack. I've got a couple stents.
Okay.
And
how long ago was your heart attack?
2010.
Okay, you were 40.
37.
Holy cow. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Depression, anxiety, high blood pressure, cholesterol.
And you're working at CVS. So you said you've been there how many years?
Since, well, not the one here, but with CVS since 2013.
Okay. So you worked at another CVS somewhere?
Yeah, I worked in Trinidad Marion, I worked in Peru, and then I came to Delphi. I'm thinking 16, 17, 16. Been there a while now.
But you said you're living at your house up.
Thank you again. Another membership gifted. Chick, thank you so very much. Who got that one? Are you there, Bear? Oh, Kane. Did Kane get it? That's awesome.
Yes, it went to Kane. Sorry.
Thank you for that as well, Chick. Super chat says Crime Circus Cult 2 is the best aside from Dago. Well, thank you for that. I don't know about that, but I appreciate that. Very much appreciated. That's amazing, guys. Jeez, Lord. Anybody listen, it's never, ever expected, guys, anybody to give super chats or donate these memberships or donate to the Venmo, Cash App, or the PayPal. It's never, ever expected, but Lord knows, and please be known that it is very much appreciated. It all absolutely helps to keep the channel going, to keep us out here every single day. So God bless and thank you to anybody, Chick especially today, and anybody that does do that kind of thing. It's very, very much appreciated from the heart, from the whole team and the whole channel. Thank you so much for the support. It is so very much appreciated. God bless.
Thank you, Chick.
Yes, very much appreciated.
Up there since 2000. So you drive back and forth with CVS?
Yeah, I was leading Walmart. Like I said, I spent 10 years with Walmart. I was actually a store manager at one point with Walmart.
Well, you did more than enough. I promise you that. Any one little bit is amazing. So thank you for all of it. I appreciate it.
Chose to leave the company and do something different, and interviewed with CVS, and Peru was the district manager that I interviewed with. Peru was the furthest Western store that he had, or closest to me. So that's where I was going to be working, and it just didn't work out the way that I thought it was long term. I mean, I was there several years. I wanted to have a training position, a managerial training position. I told them I didn't want to do that anymore. Long story short, and put in the transfer back, and like I said, I'm 16, I'm going to say around 16, 17, somewhere.
Well, managing is kind of hard sometimes, I understand. Was there a particular reason why you didn't stay in management, or?
Tired of it, the bureaucracy, not really being about taking care of the customer. It's more about hitting this number on this spreadsheet and that number on that spreadsheet. They would get a call every 15 minutes if you didn't hit this number on this spreadsheet. And none of them really help you take better care of the customer. You spend your time managing scorecards, and it had enough of it. Sure, I was just tired of it.
Sure, okay. Let's see. So from where we're at right now, I think probably, can you help us understand what was going on Monday, February the 13th? You kind of tell us what you were doing that day and every the day the girls on the trail.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went over to my mom's in Peru, Mexico, earlier in the day. I think my mom had hip surgery back then or something, but regardless, my wife was working, so I went over there and spent I spent the morning with them. My sisters come over and they were going to go eat lunch and stuff, and I wasn't about that, so I went home, and I remember it was a fairly warm day, or warmer than normal, so I think I just put a jacket on and went back out to the trails. Usually when we go, we walk down to High Bridge and walk back and walk down the other side and come back. I mean, it wasn't a ritual, but I remember walking down to the bridge. The times, I left my mom's, it was probably around 11:15. So I think I would have been out there, because I didn't do anything else. It would have been around noon, I thought, is when I was out there. Walked down to High Bridge. Always went out just a little ways, not all the way.
What do you mean, Jeff? Walk down the other side. So probably meaning walk up the one trail, walk across the bridge, and then down the other trail, the other side of the gully there. If is that what you're relating to, or is that what you're talking about? It don't sound like him at all to me. It never did. But like I said, the voice that I hear on that, and I can play it, guys. It just sounds nothing alike to me. It's the other voice sounds older. The only way I can explain it, more gruff and older, old man like sounding is what it sounds like to me. Truly, it's the only way I can explain it as compared to his. But that's just my opinion.
Went out a little ways and watched the fish. See if I seen any fish down there because I like fishing, and walk back and sit on the. When you turn around and go down the other fork, there's a bench that overlooks it, and sat there for a few minutes. And
I remember walking down to the bridge alone, convinced I don't know why, but okay, that I respect that. Yes, because the guy that did this horrible crime is going to put himself right. I know exactly.
Walked down the. Walked back out and left. Okay. Anything else you remember?
See, the biggest thing with him and Bridge Guy, this guy is tiny. He's shorter than I am. Okay? The Bridge Guy is definitely not. He's quite a bit taller than what this guy is here, too. That's another issue that I have with this, too. So, there's that. Just saying.
Where was your parking car? Said there was... The big parking lot wasn't there at the time, right? Oh, you mean which one? Like where the bridge is at? I don't think it was there. So there's if you went over behind, there's a back road that went up, and there was a bridge, not the main bridge. There was a smaller bridge where you could park there, or you could park over on the other side. And I remember I didn't park over there where it's a farmer's entrance or something. I remember I didn't park there because I had told him something about there were a couple vehicles there when I left. So I parked somewhere, either parked over on the bridge side, or there used to be a little building there. I could have parked there. There was a trail until they got the whole thing done. Okay. You're talking about the bridge, just so I'm clear, you're talking about that big blue bridge, the Freedom Bridge or whatever that goes over the highway. Well, that's the big blue bridge, but before that was there was a, if you were going out of town, you would take the road that I think is where the park is. It winds off this way. And there's a road, the first road you come, well, I don't know if it's the first road, but there's a road that takes off to the right, and there's houses, and then it just kind of turns into a lane. And there's a small bridge up there before, I mean, I think it's still there if you were, like the one, okay, so are you talking about the one-lane bridge kind of that goes up? It wasn't used. It wasn't a bridge that was used, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Mike, I agree with you, bro. That's why I wanted to show this today, is to show that this guy was a human being at one time. He isn't anymore, in my opinion, what they've done to him. It just it doesn't fit to me at all. None of it, guys. It just doesn't fit at all. I definitely do not think this is the man that did this. Like I said, the height differences, we went through this so much. We analyzed all this stuff. The voice definitely doesn't match to me, but that's me. I don't get it. And I agree with you, Mikey. It's really sad to see this. And again, there's no nervousness within this guy whatsoever. If he committed these crimes, he's sitting across from these guys, knowing right now that they could pull him right out of here in handcuffs if they have some kind of proof on him. He's no worries in the world. And even states here at some point, there's nothing here that you're going to put on me that shows that I committed this crime. So I'm just saying, it doesn't fit to me at all.
Saying it was just, there was a parking area up there that you could park in. Okay. And that's where that's where quite a few people would park before they.
Good to see you, Victoria and Angel. Wonderful to have you here. And welcome back to the sauce. Appreciate you joining us today. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're feeling better. I know you weren't feeling good for a while. Yeah, and that, to be honest with you, you guys are stating that. That's who the voice sounds like to me. Way, way more like to me than anybody that I've heard.
I mean, now there's a nice parking space, but before it was either you parked there or you parked over in the farmer's thing. And I mean, at one point they had it marked that they didn't want you parking there. So and I know it wasn't over there because I told them something about some cars that were there. So I would have been parked up on the bridge side of things, I guess is what I'm saying. I guess I'm all having.
So this is kind of an overview of the area. So obviously this is the Blue Bridge here over the Houston Heartland Highway.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, yeah, can you mark on where you think you parked at? Yeah.
Show me the Blue Bridge again.
Blue Bridge, here's the Houston Heartland Highway. Here's Main Street. The road that comes out from downtown goes out onto Heartland. And here's the Andersons. I think that's going to be their fertilizer plant. And down there's
that's the Blue Bridge. I mean, it's right there. It would have been over in here somewhere, probably.
Well, that's one of the parking areas. Okay, and then
or it would have been, there was a old building somewhere over.
This map was taken back when the building was still there, and this is the building that was on the.
That's right. He came forward himself, volunteered every bit of it. Again, another stupid step. If a dumb step to take if you're fully involved in it. And I've been in the music business for years. I've recorded many times. I've listened to multiple different tracks being played back and forward and back and forward and back and forward. I have experience in that kind of stuff too. Okay. So I'm just saying it doesn't sound the same to me at all. Not even close. And it's not because I don't want it to, because I again, with Richard Allen I had not, nothing in the game with this. I wanted the person to be the person. We're here for justice. That's all there is to it. And if that's him, that's him. It doesn't sound or look structurally, physically like him. It does nothing to me. So.
Bridge, the trail side of the bridge.
Okay.
So down at
you went this way. I think you went down this way and
agreed.
Like there's an underpass or something.
Yep, that's right. And then there's a building right there. You can see it.
Okay. So would either been there or there.
Okay. All right. Very good. Which way do you think you would have traveled to get to this building that particular day? Do you remember?
Just that way it loops around. Okay. I don't know the names of the roads or anything. I mean, I can show you where I drove, but it just on the way, the road that goes out, it's basically the same way that you get to this one, except no, it's further up, and you go down, and it like comes down and goes around somewhere and comes over on the other side.
Okay, very good. Okay, was it ever an occasion where you might have gone to the park another way? Did you go out here very often? I should ask.
Not like I would say often. I mean, we go out. We may go once a month. We may go twice in 1 week. I mean, it was just kind of one of those where when we felt like walking the trail, we'd go. I mean, I could say we visited it regularly during the summer months. We didn't really go out there much in the winter. We may have gone out a time or two. But.
Right. Okay. So was it ever something was there ever a time that you guys took another path to get out there besides going around this way, or do you remember anything like that?
I think there's a way if you go past where you park the farmer's entrance that I was telling you about.
I think it's down here. There's an entrance across from a residence that's a farmhouse. Does that make any sense?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know that there's a way that winds around, and you can eventually get back to 200 or whatever road it is. We're off of 200 North, I think it is.
It's okay. No worries. Take care, Jeff. Have a great day.
Comes out somewhere down there, but we only did that. I think we found that by accident one time. We thought we'd go that way and try to get back, and it was we eventually came out that way somewhere. Okay. But no, I wouldn't. If we were going to go there, we would go down through town and.
Okay. Good enough. All right. So let's talk more about what you remember doing that day, remember seeing that day.
Okay.
You gave an account to
the
officer who talked to you. And do you remember how that was prompted, how that happened, that you happened to talk to the officer?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple days, but shortly after they were asking for anybody that was there to come in. So I went down. I got home from work and my wife said, they want to talk because I had obviously told her that I was there. And she said they want to talk to anybody who's down there, may have any information on how much, but I obviously will go down. So we went down to the sheriff's station and I don't remember who it was, came out and talked to me and said that he would get my name and information. And then I was driving downtown for something, and I know that I remember he called me when I was in the car because I pulled over and talked to him. It was a DNR officer.
Okay.
And he asked me if I could come down and talk there or if I want to meet somewhere. And I don't remember how or why. I think they were really busy, obviously, crowded probably. So I was heading down to, it was the stable lot, parking lot down there, and I told him I would just meet him there if that was okay. So he came down, we talked. He looked at my phone, took my phone information, and I think he got some, we took the battery out and everything, he got information on it, and so that's pretty much it. And I gave him the account. Forgive me, it's been years and I thought about it a lot. As time goes on, it's like I said, I think I was there probably around noon. It could have been a little before noon or a little after noon. Walked down, back an hour, so probably 1:30, 1:45, depending on exactly what time it was that I got there that day. I just remember walking down the trail, and I had told him that when I was approaching the trailhead, I guess is what I call it.
The stamp on this was the first interrogation was October 13th of 17, I believe. And the second interrogation I don't have listed yet, but I'll get it for you, Cap.
There was 3 girls walking off the trail, and I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching, babysitting, but watching the other 2 because they looked a little younger. And they looked very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily. But I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead, and I didn't really see anybody. I walked down, like I said, I looked at the water, I walked back, and I said, somebody could walk behind me, I guess, but I sat on that bench that overlooks the creek bed and all that. And I remember telling him when I left, I remember there being, I think there was 2 vehicles down there on that farmer's entrance that I told you about. And that's why I know I didn't park there, because obviously I wouldn't recall seeing cars there if I parked there.
The farmer's entrance, are we still talking about this area here, or is there some other location?
This is a Crime Circus presentation.
There's a pull-in, like right next to the trail is all I can tell you. There's a pull-in right next to the trail, and a trail actually leads up to the trail.
Yeah, it's hard to see from here, but I think this is what's called the old Mears.
Probably. There was a farmhouse across from it is all I knew.
Right.
And it was like that. I guess it looked like where you take farm equipment in and out or something, but I know at one point they flagged it that it said no parking, so we didn't park there for a period of time. But
did you ever park there before when you went?
Yeah.
A lot of times you did. Okay.
We used to when it wasn't marked. We did a cleanup down there one time I brought a bunch of Walmart people, kind of a community engagement thing, and we did a cleanup down there. It's the year that they tore down. We tore down that, if you go down, not the High Bridge way, but that one where I sit on the bench Yeah, I was talking about. If you go down that hill, there used to be a little shed, a little shack down there, and they tore that. And we were there that day that we tore that down.
Okay. Yeah. Now, you guys did that with Walmart. Was that a local Walmart you worked at?
Lafayette.
Lafayette. Okay. One in Commerce or the one
Thank you, Chick.
Commerce.
Okay. All right. So you guys came up and did that. Would you know when that was?
Oh Lord, no. Well,
was it before or after this?
2006. Oh, it would have been. I wasn't even with. It was what, 17?
Yep. When the girls were out there.
13. So I wasn't even with Walmart at the time. I would have already been with CPS.
Yeah. Okay. So sometime.
Yeah, it would have been way before. I mean, I went to CBS in, I say 13, so it would have had to been before 13.
Okay. So you were out there then working on the trails?
I'm going to say a lot earlier than that because I worked in Chicago, south of Chicago, for a couple of my last years with Walmart when I was actually running that store. So probably around 9, 10 maybe.
Okay. All right. Somewhere around there. So you were working out there in trails. Had you been familiar with the trails before then? Was there a time that you had been out trails before that?
After we moved to Delphi, I mean, we started experimenting. I mean, there were trails that we didn't know were there, but, you know, you'd hear about one and you'd go, and I'm sure by that, well, obviously I know by that point I knew about them because that's how I don't know how I got associated with the Dan something or other that runs the Erie. I think it was Dan. Run like the Erie Canal thing.
Mm-hmm.
And McCain.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember how I became acquainted with him, but I asked him because at Walmart, you know, as a leader, they always want you to be involved in the community. And I mean, it's a good thing,
sure,
but you can also give money to because we brought so many people out for that event for a day, we had so many hours and we were able to donate money because of that from Walmart to the Erie Canal Foundation or whatever. So we worked, I guess the question is, yeah, I know on the trails before that day. Mm-hmm. And we also worked out at the,
good point, Eddie.
The Carrollton Bridge that day. There's a towpath or something. We did some stuff along there too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes sense. All right, well, that's good.
So, yeah, I sat there for a few minutes and left. And like I said, there were a couple vehicles. I may have told him the exact makes. I'm not sure. I just remember one was like a sedan, and I think maybe one was an SUV. I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. Have to look back at what I said that when I interviewed with him.
And that was at the. You call farmer's entrance. Those cars were at the farmer's entrance.
Yes, sir.
What about where you parked? Were there vehicles?
I know there were no vehicles where I parked because I don't remember telling him. I mean, if he asked, I didn't see anything there. Okay. A lot of people would park at that farmer's entrance because I'm thinking that was probably when they didn't really want you parking there, and that's probably why I didn't park there. But it's much closer to the trails, so a lot of people like to park there. You walk in and you're actually like halfway through the trail, so you can walk one way and the other and leave. But I know at one point, like I said, they didn't want you parking there, so we didn't.
So back then, you told he said his report said old Farm Bureau building. So that be
I never really knew what that building was. I just remember telling him there was a building there. And if that's where I told him I parked, that's probably where I parked. Like I said, it was either park.
Exactly.
Obviously, the farmer's entrance was always the most convenient, but there was a bridge, a small bridge before the Blue Bridge. I got this right. This is Anderson's.
Yes.
So there was a little tiny, it used to be like a one-way bridge. It wasn't even a road anymore. Like you could either go towards the Blue Bridge or you drive under it too. Yeah, I think you ride. Now I call it wasn't, that parking lot wasn't there on the other side, so you didn't. But yeah, you would. You went, like I said, you take this road that forks off coming out of Delphi somewhere, and then you take a right, and it's just a little road, and there's the people that live along it. But then at the end of the road, it goes up to this. Like I said, there's like a parking area where people used to park.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think you can't see it up here, but what you're describing is the road leads up to this parking area that you're talking. It's out of the sight of that.
Sure, probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, how far out of the bridge did you go that day when you were out there? Do you remember?
How far what?
How far out onto the high bridge?
I have no idea how many feet it is. The way I always know is there's one of those platform things that stick off the side, mm-hmm. And I usually, years past, like 9, 10, 6, between 6 and 10 probably. I've actually been across the high bridge back when it was in a little bit better shape, but somewhere in there, 8, 9, 10, somewhere it started getting pretty rugged and stopped going across it. But for the most part, I didn't go past that one whatever the thing is that sticks out. I'd go out there and kind of look. I said, fisherman, I'd look and see if I see any fish or anything, and then I went back the other way.
I think those were back in the day. If the train was coming and you were out there,
yeah,
you could possibly get out of the train's way.
Exactly.
Okay, I would still want to be on it when the train came.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, that day I don't remember what year it was, but it was well before 16, 17. I don't know, just decay.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. So if you were parked there, and correct me if I say the bridge, I'm sorry. So if you're parked there, how did you get on the trail? Where did you walk?
At one point you either walked down the road, but then at one point they had a trail there. Not a trail, I wouldn't even call it a trail. They had a gravel path that led to the new thing that they were doing. I call it the trailhead. When they started doing all that, there was a trail that would, I think it ran along the road, if I remember right, and then it just cut over to where the trailhead was at. You couldn't really park. I just remember where that path was at. You'd think you could park there, but it's no parking. So you had to walk. You either parked over here and it was actually closer if you went over here and you could just walk the bridge that way. And then if you went this way, it was a little bit further because you walked along the road to.
So you walk along the road, or was there a path in there?
At one point, I think you walked along the road. Honestly, I don't even remember. Where's the trails here? That's why I said at some point, it was probably after they put that little pathway in that we even parked there. I don't think we ever even used that until they put that path there, and it was just because it was the only.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Victoria. Hopefully it'll be more good days than bad days coming in the future for you, but I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. I hope it keeps getting better for you, dear.
Way to get the trailhead from that side. And like I said, at one point they didn't want you parking down here at this farmer thing, so they had put in a gravel path in, and you would park there. So you either parked over there or you parked there and walk down the gravel path. And the path cut over to where the trailhead thing is. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that we ever parked at that little building, whatever it was, until
part of my issue with this too is listening to him now, especially if this man committed a double homicide, as he's sitting here breaking down paths that he walked in different places, so on and so forth. I don't think as a killer, I don't think he can get that out of his head. I think, in my opinion, at least, he'd be thinking about all of that instead of all these little things here. That, again, would be my opinion. I could be wrong. This is just an opinion and a feeling I have. I just can't see him being that talkative and that helpful and that, you know what I'm saying? That's the problem I have with that. So think of all the drug. Well, yeah, the after the fact, 100% crazy stuff. Just saying. Yeah, he's very detailed in his interview. I agree with that, Cap. Again, the guy has no nervousness as far as I can tell. He's not trying to hurry up and get out of there. He's not dodging questions. He's not doing any of that stuff, in my opinion. This is very helpful, very good interview, actually, on his side of things. It gets darker, though, as it goes on, I believe.
Until they laid that gravel path to it, I think we
not on his side either, just saying.
Thought that was a new, I guess, designated parking area. That's when we parked there once in a while. We still park over here once in a while. It just depended on which. And like I said, there was times when we parked there on and off whenever they didn't have it posted. They didn't want you parking there. And we probably did a time or two when they did have it posted, but we didn't make a habit of it.
So that car that was in your garage, would that have been what you drove out there that day?
Let me think here. It would have either been that one or our Great Ford 500. We kind of switch vehicles back and forth because I've oftentimes worked further away from home, and when I was working in Peru, the car's what I say, it's a 16. So prior to that, I'd had a little red Ford Focus, and our trucks we get our truck like 4.
Right. I agree, Bonnie. I do, in my opinion. Welcome, Amy. Buenos dias to you. Good to see you.
4 o'clock in the morning. So on truck day, I'd be driving over to Peru at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And one day I was driving, I was tired. I mean, there's often times you'd be tired, but this day I was just so tired, like to the point I almost and should have just pulled over, but I made it over there and I turned off, didn't take the highway all the way up. I took the turn off that takes you in the back way to Peru and made it all the way in town, and literally I fell asleep and I woke up when my airbag went off. I veered off the road and hit a SUV parked on the side of the road, and literally that's when I woke up. Like I didn't even know. It took me several seconds, if not a minute, to get my bearings and figure out what had happened. I still didn't know because when it hit the SUV, it threw it clear up over the sidewalk into somebody's front porch. Like I literally didn't brake at all. I was asleep, so I hit it full speed. So anyway, I get out and there's not even anything there. I'm like, what did I hit? And there was a person stopped on the other side of the road. Anyway, long story short, they called the police, blah, 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 and I had to get, that's when I bought that black car.
The black car being the 16?
The one in the garage. Okay. And so I got that car because I had to drive back and forth and something, just good gas mileage. So my point is I was driving the black car and then.
Welcome, JC. Good to see you, dear. And thank you, Miss Amy. Appreciate that.
When I transferred and came back to Delphi, I didn't need the gas mileage anymore, and it was a nicer car, so I gave it to my wife. And from that time until just earlier this year, I drove the gray car and she drove the black car. Now, if I was going somewhere out of town, a lot of times I would use the black car, depending on how far we're going. The gray car was dependable, but it's just one of those where the longer, I guess, more recently, I started driving, if I was going to go to Lafayette or something for an apartment or whatever, I'd take the black car just because it's more dependable and she works the car. But anyway, and then from during that time period, I drove the gray Ford 500 and she would drive the black car, had her little cat license plate and all that on it. And then when I got her van, the gray car pretty much had it. It was either, I had that and a truck as well. I had a truck for, 3-4 years. If I bought it used and we didn't drive it hardly ever. And it was one of those where I get rid of them while they're still worth something. So we traded them both in. I got the van that she drives now. And then I went back to driving black car. So
it's like, remember you said you were down to Miami County to see Mexico. Did you have planned to drive the black car because that was a trip out of town?
I wouldn't have no. During that time, it was still, the gray car was still, it's like the junk car. We bought it brand new. It was 2006. But I just say in the last, 3-4 years, it's not, the car didn't run well. It's just one of those where it's old enough that, you don't want to get over somewhere. Because usually, if I am driving, it's because she's at work and I don't want to end up having to get stranded somewhere. But that was more recently. So that's why I don't know which, it was either the gray or the black one that day. It could have been the black one, could have been the gray one. Okay. It was 06, 500. So then you get on the trails and you say, saw 3 girls.
I do believe so, JC.
They were up around the trail. I didn't interact with them. They was up around the trailhead somewhere. So like when I say they were leaving, yeah. Okay. I'm assuming they were leaving where they came from, down where those cars parked, and they were going to go back that way. I don't know. And then, did you see anybody else when you were out there? That's anybody. I just put out, I guess. If I did see somebody, it didn't click with me. And of course, my memory was a lot better when I talked to him that day. I don't remember seeing. Like I told him, there may have been somebody on the bridge or something when I was coming back through, but I didn't. The only ones that I really noticed seeing were the 3 girls. Okay. Because I was walking towards them, and they obviously stood out. And like I said, I remember it looked like an older girl with 2 younger girls. Okay. Walking the trail. Okay. And I guess I just assumed that she was probably watching them or in charge of them or whatever. Yeah. Kind of what I felt like. Okay. If you thought you saw somebody when you were coming back through from the bridge, where they were on the bridge? I don't really remember seeing anybody that day, but I don't know. So if I did see somebody else, they didn't jump out to me or anything else. I don't, like I said, it could have been people down around the cars, but I don't remember. I just remember seeing a couple cars parked over there. Mm-hmm. Like I said, Dan and SUV or something like that. Okay. And then when you got back to your car, were there any other cars when you got back to your car? I don't think so. Well, no, because I would have thought through that now. Okay. We're just reminding.
Do you know where you went afterwards when you left there?
I went home that day. I always watch the stock market and trade the stocks.
That was something else that I remember the officer recorded something about the stock market. So tell us about that.
So he's got a individual trading account with Daytech originally, and I think it's TD America, TD Ameritrade. I trade stocks, try to get rich, lose money. Did that work for you? On and off it did, actually, but no, it worked really terribly there for a while, and I don't even do it anymore. So that's just too much of a risk.
So did you have a phone or a watch or something you were looking at the stock market on? Or? I think so. I had a program on my phone to watch stocks. I don't remember exactly when and how long I had it, but yeah, I had a program that I could
depending on the reception you had, of course. If you didn't have any reception, it wouldn't work. And
was it fairly good out there that day?
And that's honestly, I think that's why I went home as quick as I did, because I wanted to get home and watch it on my computer with my sock tickers and all that stuff. Because I remember I remember doing that. That was like a hobby, I guess, for me, was watching the stock market and looking at charts and trying to predict what something's going to do and make money. So, yeah, that's way out of my league. Well, it was mine too. I just didn't realize it was funny. What were you wearing that day?
Yeah, I did speed it up. Do you need me to slow it down, SRB? I sped it up so that it would go a little quicker, but if I need to slow it back down, I can with no problem whatsoever. It's up to you guys. That way it doesn't take forever to get through. We're about halfway through them now. That there sure does. Jesse, I agree with you, brother. Sounds like one too. Sure don't sound like the guy on the bridge. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I mean, you put on a jacket and blue jeans, and I'm sure I put on a jacket because I think it was still fairly cool that day. I don't think it was super warm. I would have put on a jacket. I don't know.
Remember what kind of jacket you had then? I mean,
I've had Carhartt jackets over the years.
Colors your jacket?
The one was blue, the one was black. Probably back then it would have been a black one. Had a hood built into it. So it's just a black zip up. Anyway, I don't even think it was a Carhartt. I think it was an off-brand, but it was like a Carhartt. I could have worn that. I've had sweatshirts like what you're on today. Hoodies, jackets. I mean, I've got a little bit of everything. Fleece.
Anything else you maybe headgear or anything like that? Wasn't that cold either?
Always kept a hat in my coat, so it would have been like a, I don't know what you call them, skull cap, or just not a big fluffy hat, but a small hat.
So cap on your head, and anything else you've been wearing besides like what kind of shoes? I mean, not pretty strange to ask a question like that. But what, because I might probably tell you what kind of tennis shoes I have because I usually make them last a very long time.
Well, I've got shoes that I've had for 10, 12 years probably. It would have been older tennis shoes, or I had military boots that I used to wear, but they just don't fit. And I've been out of the military forever, so I had some combat boots in my closet that I used to wear occasionally. I don't know if I was still wearing them or not. I mean, I haven't worn them in years, but could have a pair of work boots. I don't know. So probably older tennis shoes, but if it was wet out, sometimes I wear a boot, like a work boot, or like I said, the combat boots, because they held water out pretty well.
Okay, great.
And I may have told him that day was wearing my own.
Do you know what kind of phone you had back then? You have stuff at some bigger?
I do. It's in the closet somewhere. I'm sure to recycle it by now. I realize I've had this for one guy. Trying to go where I just went for a little bit. I don't know. It's been a few years now. Several years, not. I wasn't. I know that since that time, I know I've gotten this phone. I don't remember when. It's not been a super long time, but it wasn't. I've had it long enough that I don't remember when I got it.
Do you have that picture of that car? No. I don't think I do. Picture of the car on the road. Yeah, we'll have that on. So a couple things I wanted to ask you after I check my phone, just like ringing like crazy. What we would like to do is to be able to confirm some of the information that you've given us so far, to be able to examine your phone. As you're well aware, phones go everywhere with everybody, and they tell a story about a lot of what people do. And sometimes the information on our phone can confirm or, maybe not necessarily confirm information about what somebody is saying. We have the ability to be able to extract the data from a phone and be able to look at it and be able to tell where somebody was at.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. Would that be something you would allow us to take care of, do today, and get it done?
How are you going to have my phone?
Well, we ideally would like to have the phone that you have. When you got that phone, did you take the data from the old phone and move to the new phone?
No idea. I mean, I know. I always try to save contacts.
Right. So if you had the phone, like, where'd you get the phone at? What service is it?
I go through Ting. It's an online service, and it's a lot of people don't know about it. It's really inexpensive, and I've had it for years. What's it called? What was it called? Ting? Ting, like Ting. Ting. Never heard it. It's online.
So you didn't really go to a store somewhere?
I used to, but I for years now I've been with Ting. You basically pay full price for your phone, and they have discounted ones, and so usually you'll pay about $100 for a phone, or you can pay $600-700, whichever. But as far as the service, I mean, I only pay around $40 a month for 2 phones, and that's pretty much everything.
Your service provider, is that Ting themselves, or is it another?
I think right now it's probably Verizon. It's one of those deals they use. Of course, all of them do that anymore. They use each other's towers. But I think it's like my phone. Some of it depends on what type of phone you have too. Mine is based off of, pretty sure it's off of Verizon right now.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you had back then? 2017.
I know I didn't have this one yet. I don't even know if they were making those yet.
I mean, as far as service provider.
Well, I've had Ting. I've had Ting for several years now.
So
I probably would have had Ting.
Okay. So they have changed service providers on you. Ting, they have used a different service provider.
I don't like, since I've had this phone, I've never had them come out and say, hey, we're changing your provider. It's just I guess kind of the home system that it works off of. Like I said, it's Verizon. I'm trying to think if it's ever been, you don't hear about AT&T anymore, but it could have been that at one point.
Okay.
I never had it before. We lived in Delphi though, so I know, I'm pretty sure because I always got my phone. I work at Walmart, so I get my service plans through them because I got discounts through them. So I know it's been since I left Walmart, so.
Okay.
I mean, so I went through regular periods prior, but I've been with Ting forever.
Well, so then what I would like to do, if it's okay with you, would be to have an opportunity to look at the phone and examine some of the data on it. Really would like to get to the phone that you had back then. If you think it's in the closet, I don't
have to. My wife comes home. She'll know. If we have it, she'll know exactly where it's at.
Okay, all right. So if it's okay with you,
she recycled them, but she may not.
We could start with this phone. We'll be able to extract the data from that. If that's okay with you. And I have a form that I read to folks before we get started on doing something like that. And it goes basically like this: you have the right to require that a search warrant be obtained before you search your property. You have the right to refuse consent to a warrantless search. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before giving consent to search. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. I've read the state rights, I understand what rights are. I do not want to lawyer at this time. I consent to warrantless search by the officers of the police department following this private property, and it'll be your cell phone and another carrier, and authorize these officers to seize any item of data which they consider as evidence. I understand and know what I'm doing. No promises or threats of making me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. And I would need to have the passcode. Is your phone open, or is it just a passcode, or is it a pattern, face, or what?
There's a finger thing, and then there's a code override. I guess
any questions you have, I'll try to answer.
Just I don't know. It sounded more like you're like I'm going to be somebody's fall guy. I thought we were talking.
I want to help you.
I thought you were trying to find. So everybody might have it be helpful, but everywhere we talk to, we're trying to eliminate them from any suspicion of being involved in this case. Sure.
So I get that. What we want to try to do is get as much information together to be able to show, okay, we've looked and didn't find anything. So you understand?
Sure, I get that. I just, like I said, honestly, it makes me that we're even talking. I mean, it's been so long, and I haven't thought about this much, and it's just like I don't want to be somebody's fall guy, and we're going to try to make pieces of a puzzle fit somewhere they don't fit, so we can close this thing. And I'm not saying that. Please don't think I'm questioning your integrity. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I mean, I guess that's where I'm at. It doesn't seem like a simple conversation we're having. It seems more like you think I might have done it. So
I understand what you're saying. I completely get what you're saying, or how I would feel from your point of view. Okay.
Yeah.
quit. From our situation, what we're trying to do is be able to show what all you were doing that day. Take a look at everything, make sure that we can show that what you're saying is true. Okay, so that we can be able to say to someone else, whoever's prosecuting this case, Mr. Allen, he's not our guy. And we looked at because
Sorry to hear that.
I was going to ask you something else too. Be able to look at your car, and also with your permission, we'd like to look at your house. And so all these things are very, very important just to be able to.
No, I get that. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna. I mean, if you get to a point where you think that I need further investigating and you want to get a warrant to do it, that's fine. But I'm not gonna have somebody going through my house and everything.
Sure. I just want to be honest.
I guess I'm starting to feel more like your main lead or something here, and I'm not gonna do that.
Did you understand that because we are so far into this, that I'm sure you see the news, you see state police doing their thing. Well, we
for a great while, yeah.
We at Carroll County Sheriff's Department, and he's an investigator with the prosecutor's office.
Sure.
We decided to pick through the very beginning of this again.
And
we're talking to everybody that was out there that day and trying to cross the T's, dot the I's. It's nothing more than that.
And I get that part of it.
So there's no fall guys. That's not.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to question anybody's integrity. I just, I guess like I said, at the point that you think I might have actually done this, then if you want to get a warrant, search my house, my car, my orifices or whatever, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind you looking at my phone or whatever, but yeah, I don't think there's more. I guess my point is I don't think you're just asking.
Sure, right. I'm just asking.
I understand that.
So it is what it is, and we should ask. So
yeah, I'm not going to have police out going through my house and stuff. That's just not.
That's fine.
News leaks and somebody here. I just don't need that kind of.
Well, we're trying to keep this very discreet because we do understand what you're talking about. It came out of the your age, which is not normal. I understand. So, we're not interested in making your life or anything like that. We're trying to get these things figured out.
Sure.
Get it taken care of. So, sure. With that, so you said you would let us look at the phone?
Sure.
Okay, great. And you help us get to the other phone too?
I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, all right. So let me go back to that form and we'll give this phone back to our team, which can do that. So I covered this with you. What kind of phone is it? Can you tell?
It's a Google something or other. It's a Google.
Moving on this. Okay. It's a black phone. Okay. And what is the passcode?
2045.
Okay. All right, great. So I read this to you. So if you have any questions, do you have any questions about your rights about being able to do this? Or we just need your signature to verify that you understood everything.
This is a
Welcome back,
Storm.
Storm.
You know what? Let me talk to my wife before I do anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't want to do this because I'm cool with it, but at the same time, I don't want her to get pissed.
This is the Delphi case, Trish.
Off because I don't know.
It's okay.
We watch TV shows and stuff, and I just I don't want to be associated with this thing, obviously more than anybody else does. And am I an angel of a person? No. I mean, I'm like anybody else, and I guess I don't want you. Maybe I don't want you looking at every website I visited, and so I think I'll talk to my wife, and if she's cool with it, then we'll do it.
Can I? I'm going to get something. I'm going to show you something just really quick. I'll be right back.
Used to crush them
to recycle. Sure, do you want to know it?
No, I did.
One of these is forward than the other. So, but no, we're trying to give you a hard time.
I understand.
Again, we're just trying to get these things taken care
And
of.
I get that.
A long time. So
I get that, but and I guess that's not that I ever question anybody's integrity, but
that's fine.
It's just I know that it's at a point where you want closure. You want closure for a family, and I'm not. I don't know you from Adam.
No, it's fine.
But you also can't say it's never happened where pieces have been. We find a piece that's close to fitting and make it fit, and I just don't.
I just want you to see why we came to you. This is from the beginning.
Okay.
It's basically tip 74.
Okay.
I understand. I don't want you to think that we're just randomly coming after you.
And you've been,
Oh, I don't think you're coming after me. It's not that.
you've been completely honest with us. You said, well, what information you can see right there? This Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30.
That's true.
They
I
are,
mean, I don't
right.
think that.
Time was.
I know I wasn't out there that late. I don't know what I told him that day, but I know I wasn't out there till 3:30 or so. Yeah, it's 3:30.
That would be right around 1:30 until 3:30.
No, I'm saying when I left. 1:30 would have been more the time I would have left.
Okay.
Not gotten there. Because the only reason I remember is because I know I left around 11 o'clock or so because they were getting ready to go do lunch. And I wasn't going to do the lunch thing with everybody. So I went home and was going to watch the stock market. Thought it was a nice day. And I'd go take a walk on the trail before I did.
Yeah. So things we're asking you is nothing any different than we ask anybody else around there.
Yeah. And that's all the stuff you told us, and there's nothing inconsistent here. So.
I guess I was actually watching my stock, so I must have been working. Yeah, about that. Vehicles are high bridge trail. It wasn't, I mean, it was that farmer's pull off is where I was, yeah, different people call. Sure, gotcha. And you have the information off my cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes, that's what I'd really like to have, that cell phone in particular.
but again, that's why we're here. Sure, and I get that. We're trying to put, if there's any pieces you missed or anything that you can recollect, sure. And that's honestly, that's what I thought this was. And I mean, there's nothing else I can really think of. But as far as searching my house and my phones and like,
well, let me say, I haven't even got to that yet. I just want to let you know those things have been very helpful for us. Okay, I'm not necessarily asking right now.
They've been helpful eliminating people.
What we do is we.
This is an emergency broadcast.
Hold on, guys. Sorry.
And I mean, there's nothing else I can really think of. But
this might be the secondary interview at this point. Just bear with me. Keep watching it.
As far as searching my house and my phones and like,
well, let me say, I haven't even got to that yet. I just want to let you know those things have been very helpful for us. Okay, I'm not necessarily asking right now.
They've been helpful eliminating people.
What we do is we can say for sure, okay,
sure,
and we didn't find anything. Okay, that's how we estimate the successfulness.
And I guess I agree that. So, I guess when you say progress, it's like we're still where we were. And I'm not saying you have made progress.
No.
You obviously have. I'm just saying, like, we're here because we haven't found the guy that did this. And I'm not going to turn into that guy. I'm not going to. I don't want to become the target of something because, like I said, we watch Dateline every week. We watch everything, and it's one of those. I mean, there's nothing that's going to tie me to it, and I'm not worried about that. To have people come and start searching my house and stuff. I mean, my wife doesn't even know I'm here talking to people. So, but I mean, I can look for the phone. I'll talk to her, and
neither do I, Tom.
I mean, obviously, anytime that you feel that you need that information quicker, I know you can get it. It's not like you can't get it if you want it. I'm not an idiot.
What information would I need?
Searching my house, searching my phone, searching my.
Well, and again, the reason I said search your house and your car would be to be able to say to someone, look, we did actually take care of this information. We know for sure, okay, what was there, what we found, and that gives us the answer we need for a particular situation that we're dealing with.
Sure.
It doesn't mean that we're trying to put anybody in a box or anything like that. I know you brought up several times wanting to be able to resolve a case. No, what we want to do is be able to find a person who
absolutely that's what I mean.
Not trying to put anybody in that box that wasn't responsible for what happened.
I understand that.
So,
and I'm not saying you just want to label somebody, but you know, I had nothing to do with it. I haven't been a part of this investigation. I mean, I have with what I did, and now I'm obviously you questioned me further, and that's fine. But it's a horrible thing, and I mean, I don't want to be any more involved in it than what I have to be. If I thought I had something that was useful, by all means, I'd give you anything I had. I just don't know what's going to be useful to you.
Sure, I understand. So that's one of the reasons why we asked for the phone, was to be able to nail down that aspect of it, especially the phone that would have been involved in that situation, which would be the phone you gave the information on to the officer.
Sure.
And also, something that would be very important to look at would be your car, because when somebody does something that's involved in something like this,
sure,
there might be traces of biological information and data or substances that were left behind inside the vehicle. So,
sure, I mean,
that makes sense. So, what would be helpful for us to be able to look at your car, to be able to determine if there be anything like that inside. forensically. Okay, forensically means we have a close examination of the car.
I know that. And then again, like everything else that we're telling you, then we can say, we look at Rick, we looked at his car, there's nothing in his car. That's the point. That's the whole point of everything. Yeah, this got left though, guys. I mean, I'm going to talk to my wife before I do anything. I mean, this affects her as much as it affects me. And I know you guys don't talk to people. I don't hear a bunch of rumors out there. I mean, I don't want anybody knowing that I talk to you guys.
Oh, I understand.
It's just not something we don't do that.
Sure. That's not something we want to do at all. So, we don't just go out randomly talk to people about stuff like this.
Sure, I understand.
Okay. So, with the phone, you say you want to take some time, more time to think about it. A couple things that I wanted to ask you about. Would you mind, sir, if we stepped out for a little bit and do that? That'd be okay with you? Maybe just a few minutes like that.
Nothing, Cap, nothing. Like in Brian.
Okay. So what I want to do is kind of show you some of the stuff that we do have here. Why it's important. Why so we get your cooperation. One of the things that you told us was that you have driven out there in your car, and you think you've driven out there in your car. We have a picture of your car that shows it was going out to the trails that day. Okay, and now one of the important things for us is to help you understand exactly where you were at that day, what was going on. You already told us that you were out there. That's really, really important. Sure. Okay. Yes. So with that, what I wanted to do is try to help you work through this whole thing. I'm going to be completely honest with you. We've been able to talk to your wife, talk to your daughter already. Well, this is all happening. We had time to do all that. Sure. And we've heard that you had some issues, even at one point put a gun in your mouth that you were going to do something to yourself, maybe 3 years or so. And, look, there's a lot here that we need to get clarified, okay? As you well know, we have pictures of an individual on the bridge. And to some great degree, you described that individual as wearing blue jeans, a jacket that's of the same color as that. He described a hat. It's hard to see the shoes, but they're kind of brown. Okay? And this is a picture that was taken with the phone of one of the girls. Okay, I understand that. And the question needs to be, is that you?
If it's taken with the girl's phone, that is absolutely, it's not me, but I never have met these girls before, so even if I thought it looked like me, if it's taken with the girl's phone, there's no way it could be. I've never met them. I've never seen them.
All right, so that's
and and let's just stop there. As far as my psychological well-being, I've been dealing with that for years. It's not something new. It's not something because I went out and killed girls. Now I got psychological problems. Have I had issues? Did I stick a gun? I know how a gun works, and I wasn't going to shoot that night. It was probably a cry for help that night. You've obviously talked to my wife, so it is what it is.
So they're trying to use his mental health issues that he's been through, that everybody goes through at some point in their life sometimes, that he had a bad day, a bad month, a bad year, whatever, that turns him into a murderer? No. He was going to take his own life. Not that he was. You know what I'm saying, you guys. This is disgusting right here, what they're doing.
Yeah, it really is.
It's clearly disgusting. And he knows. You can see it on the look on his face that he knows what they're doing right now. And this is sad to me. It really is. Absolutely disgustingly sad to me that these two are doing this. And it makes me hate certain law enforcement officials, certain places, the way they do things. It really does. Right. That's it right there. At least it's the best way to put it. So it's so sick the way they weaponize mental health with it. Fits their narrative, when it fits their narrative, 100%. It is disgusting to me. It makes me sick to my stomach because this guy, everybody has gone through this I've gone through things like this. Okay. Nobody's lives are perfect, and it's just fact. It happens to people all the time. So because he had a bad time in his life, they turned him into a murderer. It's disgusting to me. Absolutely disgusting. I hate this. And it angers me so bad watching this, but it needs to be seen. It really does. It needs to be seen. So.
Yes. But I know that you haven't talked to anybody that knows me, has been around me, my family, not my family, that thinks that I may have been involved in this. I wouldn't believe it. This image, this person right here, he's wearing like a Carhartt jacket, just like you just told us. Okay. He's wearing the same clothing that you just told us. We just need to know what happened. Why? Sure. I said I was wearing blue jeans. Now, I think blue jeans is a pretty common thing that people wear. And I said I was probably wearing a black or a blue coat. It could have been a Carhartt, a zip up with a hoodie in it. I've had black ones. I've had a blue one, or a blue one and a black one. I guess, you're taking what I told you I was wearing and saying that that's me in it. So the other kind of, in your search, you literally want me to, like, you want me to say that that's my car? We looked at it matches everything. That is your car. Okay. Well, I'm saying that picture, it's like, okay, there's zero doubt. Okay. Okay. We're showing you what we have and why we need to eliminate it. Well, sure. That's the point. Sure. All right. Well, we're all done here. Here's what I want to say to you at this point. Look, we have a lot of information here. We need clarification. Sure. And that's exactly why we're talking to you at this time. Well, and that's what we want to do. What we want to do is be able to take a look at your cell phone, take a look at all the data, help us out. Yeah, it'd be great. Or, conversely, in this situation, we've already talked to your employer, and we already know that and we haven't told them what we know about this. We haven't said anything about that. But they say you're a nice guy. And I believe you're a nice guy. Oh, okay. Look, I have no reason. We take a picture for you. We went to your house. You got a job to do. We went to your house. You sat down here. We went to your house. We're having a conversation, and we went to your house this morning, and what we did was knock on the door. You let us inside. We had a nice conversation. And that's great. That's really positive. You came here to the center and drove down. You rode in a car with us. Yeah. And we had a chance to sit down and talk. You're not a fellow who is, I think, a mean fellow. You're not the kind of guy that would go out and do something malicious to somebody. So a lot of what we're trying to get figured out here today, right now, is exactly what's going on here. Why is this information showing us one thing, but then you're telling us another? What is it showing you? What is this information? I'm just saying that is. Just say that is my car. I told you I could have been driving that car. Yeah, that's right. And I don't know what it is but this seems to have taken a turn. You're sitting here, you're talking, you ask me things, I get that. Most people, but now it's turning into most people have wanted to be eliminated from this. Well, sure. I don't want to be included to begin with. So until the point that you have something that tells you that I did this and you want to subpoena or arrest me or something, I've got nothing to worry about. So I'm not real concerned here, but your attitudes towards me have definitely changed, and I don't like the fact that it feels more like I'm being interrogated, and that's then you're going to tell me that you've already talked to my wife and my daughter and stuff. Like, how straightforward is that? Well, what would you? Okay, let's turn everything around. Tell me what you would do differently if you were in our situation. You had this information. How would you react? What would you do? You do the same thing that we were doing right now. What information is it you have? You have that I was out there, and I told you from the very beginning that I was out there. Yes, you did. I didn't hide it. Did you see this guy? I didn't know. Okay. I told you. I see the only person that I clearly remember seeing that. And this isn't from today. I mean, this is the next day. The only people or person that came into my mind were those three girls that I seen. Richard, we're not upset with you, not mad at you, anything like that. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this, okay? No, I'm not, I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm just here to try to get the situation straightened out. And what we want to do is simply get to the truth. What would help us get to the truth is being able to look inside of some of the things you're talking about, okay? And I get that, okay? And maybe on the other side of things, sure. And on the other side of things, if I thought I had something that was going to help you, that would, what do I have that's going to help you? Okay. Well, I have some questions we can go through here, if you don't mind. And I think we're done. We have some other questions here that we could go through here. And what I could do, want to get questions? What does that hurt? Some of the questions that we can ask you are simply this. And I don't want you to feel like these questions all sound strange and it'd be very, even accusing in nature, but I want you to understand I'm not trying to offend you. I'm helping that. I'm getting help us out by getting to a little bit farther along in this matter. So I don't know. Like I said, you went, you talked to my daughter and my wife. What do you want? I can't tell you what happened. I can tell you that if that picture was I mean, you can sit and take anybody and say, well, if they were wearing this and wearing that, that could be done. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones, here's the problem with that. I've never met them. No, but listen, here's the problem with that. You know why you can put a lot of people and say they're wearing blue jeans and a blue coat, but you know what the difference is? No, you said you were there. Well, sure, I did. We have people that saw you. Ricky said you were out on the bridge yourself. There aren't that many people that saw me. I mean, I'm sure I didn't miss that many people. If they walked behind me, I guess. You said that you were out on this bridge, yourself that day around the time when this happened. No, I didn't. You said you walked out onto the bridge. When we talked to you earlier, you said that you walked out to about the first platform or within that area down the bridge. That's what you told us. So we know that you were on the bridge. Of course I was, okay? And I told you, and with that, you know, we can say that, is this person you? That's the question. Is that person you? That's the question we have to answer. Sure, okay? So if that person is you, we know this person followed the girls all the way to the other side of the bridge and then told them to go down the hill.
This is a clown circus presentation.
Follow them. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like you're saying, don't. Okay, so the bridge here. Okay, this is the girls walking towards the other side of the bridge from where the trailhead is at. The other side.
Do you hear how they're trying to confuse him? And how they're trying to turn him around to get him to say something that he's not trying to say?
Yeah, because it's getting me confused. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Exactly what he just did. Word for that's why Alan just went, what are you even saying? You know what I mean? And he just said it right there, what Tomboy said. He said, you're not going to get me to admit to something I didn't do. It's like the state of Indiana said, bitches, hold my beer. 100%. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what this is, guys. This is absolute ignorance to me. And this is why that man is sitting in prison right now for the rest of his damn life.
Yep.
They brought him in. They played on his kindness. They played on the fact that he knew he had nothing to do with this. This is my opinion that I'm telling you this. Okay. But they knew that they played on the fact that he knew that he had nothing to do with this. And I just sat here and watched this happen, how they completely flipped this upside down. They left him sit in the room by himself for a while. They went out and they played their little game. They got their little thing together and come back in. And now we're going to come at him this way. And we're going to completely confuse this guy and get him to turn on to the whole thing. Because he's tired now. He's wore down. All that kind of bullshit. This makes me sick. Go ahead, Mama Bear. I'm sorry. I won't shut up long enough.
I was just agreeing with you.
100%, Tomboy. Absolute. And this innocent man is sitting in prison. His family is completely alone. And they have no idea what they can do to change the situation, if anything ever. It makes me sick that watching these two that uphold the law in the state of Indiana, where our amazing Mama Bear lives, which scares the shit out of me after seeing this. Swear to God, it does. Knowing
at least I'm a good girl.
I thank God, but so is he. In my opinion,
that's true.
You are a good girl, though. I mean, you would never. No. The whole thing is the man sat here and said, "Yeah, I was there." He offered up the evidence. He offered up the information to them to be helpful to them, and this is what they did to him. Oh, I'm so hot over this. After seeing what I just saw, it blows my mind. Don't you ever go in near any bridges, Bear, ever.
Okay.
Oh my God, you guys. The other side of the bridge. And this person followed them all the way to the other side of the bridge where So and told them to go down the hill. Okay, so let me stop here. I don't appreciate you trying to talk me into this. No, this is what I said. You're trying to change my words around. I told you I was on the bridge. Now you just told me this is the.
There it is. There it is. And they're doing it. 100%. They're doing it. They're turning his words backwards on him and flipping him back around. Mind you, this is how many years later? Okay. Trying to completely confuse him. This is disgusting to me.
Trailhead side of the bridge, over here on this, and you're saying I walked on the bridge. You said you walked on that bridge that day, and that first trestle is somewhere back there. Okay, it's somewhere over there. Help me understand. Okay, you came out this far. We know I did. You came out that far. You came out that far. That's what you told. I'm not going to tell you. I can't tell by that how far out I was. Okay? I'm just telling you. You're saying that's me, and you're saying this is the far side of the bridge. I don't even go out that far anymore. I had it for years. Okay, for years. But back then, that was in 2017. Okay, and the question is this you? No.
Okay. So you're telling me that this person was out there on the bridge, wore the same clothing that you have on that day, but you didn't see them.
You can't tell it a black Carhartt coat, a blue Carhartt coat, a pullover. I told you I could have been wearing this.
The two kinds of clothing.
He just said, "Is that you?" He said, "No." They're telling him that he's wearing the same clothes after he already told them it could have been anything 7 years ago, 6 years ago. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's what happened, Cap. He started off trying to help, and they turned it completely backwards on him, inside out, right in front of our faces. Unbelievable.
Yes,
That is definitely not him. You can look at that picture, that video. How many times did we look at that? The guy on the bridge is so much taller than him. Okay. This is just absolutely insane, you guys.
Clothing you said you wore that day was either a black Carhartt coat or a blue Carhartt coat. Okay. You said you have blue jeans, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've had
Okay. So put yourself in my chair.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm not going to tell you I wasn't wearing a black Carhartt that day. I told you I could have been. I don't know if that's a black Carhartt. And if it is, it's not mine, it is.
And you said you have a hat. You normally wear a skull cap, which covers.
I said I carry one. So if I was wearing one, it would be like a skull cap or a smaller type of hat or something.
Okay. So this is the situation we're at. Okay. Basically this. Either you were out there to do this to the girls, or you were out there to be able to introduce the girls to somebody else.
Okay. Good luck finding anything that points in that direction. I mean, it's not me. You're not going to make me believe it's me. You're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders. So I'm not really that concerned. You know, you went from trying to, I don't know what you want to say, get my trust and then slowly lure me into telling you I killed somebody and I'm not going to do it. You know, I don't know where this came from.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, really not. I just want you to put yourself in a situation where we as police officers are looking at all the evidence that we have and what you've told us right now. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Not trying to give you a hard time. Just want to make sure that we get everything taken care of here. That's why.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I just want you to admit to killing these two girls because we have no idea who the fuck did it.
And here's the thing. That area up there is a lot of farming area. Okay. Everybody wears Carhartts. They get them from Tractor Supply. They get them from Walmart. They get them from Rural King. It's not uncommon around Indiana.
I'm going to go burn all 5 of the ones that I have. I'm going to go burn them now.
Seriously.
I mean, it's
so
ridiculous.
Stupid.
Guys, we live in the states that we live in. If you don't live in the big cities, you live in the country. That's all there is to it. Okay. Everybody in the town that I live in wears a Carhartt. Everybody in the town I live in wears jeans and Carhartts.
Yeah.
Okay. And hoodies.
And
We all
skull
wear the
caps.
same. Yeah, we all wear the same shit. I dress like this guy all the time. I have 3 different colored Carhartt jackets. My son has 3 different colored. My other son wears one every single day because it's his job. Everybody wears this shit. And that doesn't even look like a Carhartt coat to me on that guy, on the bridge guy. It looks more like a spring type material, like a members only jacket almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like Dickies, right? Be real. I'm just saying, you guys, this is so, oh my God, I'm so pissed off right now. I am so pissed off right now. I can even feel my blood pressure going up as I watch this because this to me is proof of what they did. And after this man was railroaded all the way home. The way home. God damn it. It's what it looks like, Tomboy. It looks like a damn members only jacket. It's what it looks like. Something an old man would wear. No offense to any older guys, but seriously. God damn, I'm mad. I am so mad after what I just saw him do. And there's proof. And now here we are. Oh my God.
We wanted to look at the things that we wanted to look at.
And that's not going to happen now. I mean, like I said, we're done here. So arrest me or take me home.
I understand. So
arrest me or take me home. I'm done.
This is stupid. Okay. So that day, on that day, you went out there on the bridge, and that you were wearing the same clothing basically the same clothing that this person here is wearing.
That's what you think. I don't know how you can tell that that's a black.
He's still trying to get him. Now the cop's nervous because he's about to lose him and he knows it. And they're going to lose what they think they have. Oh, we got somebody we can shove into this spot now, guys. Let's get him while we can. Come on, come on. And now he's nervous because he's being smart. Arrest me or take me home. That's it. Period. I'd have got up and walked out and walked home. Fuck that. Sorry. God, I'm so mad right now, you guys. I can feel my blood pressure rising. And it's not even the same clothing. You're saying you're wearing the same clothing. A Carhartt jacket and jeans. The only thing that matches is the jeans, because that's not a Carhartt as far as I'm concerned. Okay, once again, and every man in the state of Indiana probably dresses the same damn way.
For the most part, except for my
For the
husband, he
most
wears
part.
Dickies.
Okay, there you go. Same damn thing. That's all.
Carhartt coat, which is what I told you, a black or blue Carhartt coat. Never mind, this is ridiculous. You're trying to tell me that I gave you a description of this guy and I didn't. I mean, we all looked at this thing for months and years, and to me that doesn't even look like a Carhartt coat. We can't say it's not, can you? I mean, neither one of us can. You're right. Can't say it's right. I mean, we can't say that it's not a Carhartt coat. We can't say that hat isn't similar to the one that you have had at one point. So, okay. With all those things in view, you've lost my trust. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. This is stupid. Now you pissed me off. Well, I'm sorry. Okay, are you arresting me? Well, I really want to try to get this thing worked out. Okay, I want to try to get this thing worked out. Am I free to leave or not? You've always been free to leave. Thank you. You're an asshole.
Not lying.
Good for you, Rick. At that point, what a damn joke that was.
Right.
That was just the newest interrogation. I haven't got to watch the old one. And I think that's the one that he was there with his wife with. What a damn scam, you guys. What a damn scam. Thank you, Crime Circus, for putting that out. That is appreciated.
Yeah.
That's just the one. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Oh my God, you guys. I am so mad right now. I can't believe I'm this mad. I really, really am that angry right now. There's another one, which is the secondary interview. I believe it was the first one. It's on the Crime Circus Cult channel. Calm down.
Yeah. Cassie's tip. Woo sa.
Sorry.
Woo sa.
This is why I get so worked up, you guys. With the Idaho 4 case, with any case, I want justice for people that are victims of crimes, murders, abductions, SAs, any of that. Okay, I do. I've worked in the field as a first responder to help other people that have been involved in certain types of crimes. Okay. When I know that something, it's especially with children, and you guys know how I feel about that. When it comes to kids, I have a big soft spot. Most people do. Okay. I probably am, Eddie. I know, but it's okay. We together watched those detectives completely and totally flip that shit on him and turn him inside out with that, guys. That was unbelievable to me. And a joke. I have no doubt in my mind after watching that, not that I did, because I had already felt that he was innocent, okay? Watching that right there gave me all I needed to know. That man was completely and totally railroaded. That is not the person that committed that crime, or persons, I should say. And at this point, at some point, I was willing to think about the possibility that he maybe he was involved, but just not the only person. I don't think he has any involvement whatsoever at this point. None.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you who I think that is on the bridge. I think that is Ron Logan walking on the bridge, and I think that's Ron's voice on the audio. Whether he's the one that committed the crime, I don't know, but that's who I think that is. And that's definitely not Richard Allen. I can't believe I got this angry over this. I really can't. Anyway, yeah, the other one we'll catch up with maybe. What is tomorrow? Wednesday, Thursday morning. We'll pick up on the second one. Because we're at the end. We've been here almost 4 hours, and I do want to make myself smile at least, and especially you guys now. But unbelievable, you guys. Everything makes total and perfect sense to me now.
Yeah.
Shame on them. Shame on them. Wow. All right. All right, guys, let's check out episode number 13 of The Burning Bush from Mocking Media. I'm going to put Mocking Media's link in chat. Really love for you guys to go over there, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and please like all their stuff. They bring us many, many smiles and many laughs, and I'm very grateful of Mocking Media for what they do, especially after watching that. A lot of us, if not, maybe I'm the only one that's this hot, but need to calm down. So this will help. I still can't believe they did that. I'm glad he caught on at least. I hope that I thought for a minute there that he just kind of let this all happen, but he didn't. They obviously completely shafted him. So yeah, we definitely need to laugh. So this is part 13, guys. We've already done 13 of these. And they're amazing. For those of you that aren't familiar with Mocking Media, they're a group that has done a lot of videos, taking a lot of the drama that's out there on YouTube in regards to certain cases, Sebastian Rogers case, Bullhorn Betty, so on and so forth. And they've made a mockery of it in regards to the stupidity that has been put out, the ignorance that's been put out, and they turned it into something funny in that sense. The people, not the fact that Sebastian was missing or anything, but the people, the stupid people that got involved in the case. So, and it's been a good laugh in my opinion. So here we go.
With wisdom shared, hearts come alive. In every word, truth finds its voice. The burning bush, our souls revive. Who can share his life?
Welcome back to another inspiring episode of The Burning Bush. I'm your host, Reverend Lee Jonathan of the RLJ Ministries in Manatee County, Florida. Today, I have a special treat for all of you. As many of you are aware, there's been some bickering between members of the so-called Green Team. And since you all know how much I just love to help people, I think that it's important that we sit down with those within the ranks who are butthurt with each other and try to get some answers and work things out. After all, none of this is helping the case that these pretend keyboard detectives claim to be a part of. And since we have a lot to get into, let's get to it. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's nice to see you. Hello? I said, it's nice to see you. Julie? Brittany? Samael? Monkey Boy? What in the hell is wrong with all of you? Oh, I get it now. I see what's going on here. None of you are speaking to each other. Tell you what, since there seems to be some tension in here, I don't want any of you highly functioning adults with spectacular coping skills to feel uneasy. Let's make this a safe space, again, for functioning adults, and none of you have to talk to each other. You can just talk with me. Perhaps at the end of all of this, we can all be besties again. Julie, in our last stream, we didn't get much time to talk to one another, so if you don't mind, I'll start with you.
Okay.
Julie, before we begin, would you mind lowering your camera just a bit? For a moment, I thought I was watching the movie Mask, starring Cher. I only ask because at this angle, you look just like Eric Stoltz, who played Rocky Dennis. I think by lowering your camera, it'd alleviate any confusion that our viewers may have between the two of you.
Okay.
Perfect. Now take the mask off. I'm just kidding, Pumpkin.
To say that about me is slanderous, is defamatory, it's libel, and it's against the law.
But it's okay for you to make false allegations with zero proof on a public platform. And it's okay when you constantly mock the parents of a missing child. I assume it's also okay when you do batshit crazy family tree background checks or when you go real life on people who pick on you. I suppose it's okay for you to tell your subscribers to mass report a private investigator. And finally, I guess that it's okay for you to create ignorant streams where you dress up like Chris and Katie or anyone else that's done more for this case than you, a miserable religious hypocrite who desperately needs to belong, who has done nothing for this case except for screaming and crying into the void on these YouTube streets.
Who are you to judge me?
Who are you to judge the Proudfoots?
Don't have to watch me. Nobody's forcing anybody to watch me.
Wait a minute, are you crying?
I'm a crier.
No shit.
It's okay. It's okay to cry.
Sure, but not as much as you do.
I cry a lot. I'm very emotional, okay?
Julie, whatever's going on up there in that melon of yours is far beyond emotional. It's borderline clinical.
I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I'm an emotional person. And as we speak, you guys know, we're facing a crisis right now.
A crisis? What happened?
Justin and Smiley and Tony and Brittany J bullied the shit out of me.
Wait a minute. They bullied you?
Bullied the shit out of me. It was horrible.
Wow, from how you sound, they must have really went off the handle on you.
Yeah, they went off the handle. They did go off the handle. That was not right.
Maybe they thought that some of your batshit crazy actions and theories were a bit too, I don't know, knucking futz?
Wow, you guys take the cake, saying really mean things, being really nasty, really nasty.
Julie, I'm sorry for being mean and nasty during this crisis of yours. I should have pretended to care more about your feelings, sensitivities, and all of that other junk. I should have given you the same amount of grace that you give to the Proudfoots on a daily basis. With that being said, I'm so sorry that your imaginary friends turned on you, and I'd love to hear how that makes you feel.
I'm feeling particularly, I haven't cried this much in the last,
5 minutes.
I've cried a lot, but not like, it's certainly increased.
Julie, for your own mental health, I wish that you'd just step away from the true crime community.
Is that what you wish?
Julie, I think that the best thing for you to do would be to get away from all of this drama, get your shit together, and stop crying so damn much.
Don't tell me to go away and get my shit together.
Julie, I only say this because I'm really concerned about you.
You're so fucking concerned about me, piece of shit.
Hey now, there's no need for that kind of language.
Excuse my language.
Julie, let's calm ourselves down a bit and take a step back. You said earlier that some of your imaginary friends on the green team have been bullying you. I believe that the first name that you mentioned was Justin. That's shocking. I thought that he promoted your channel and that you'd be nothing without him. After all, without Justin and his stupid monkey and the ant legs stapled to his scalp to make it appear that he has hair, your channel would be dead in the water.
Justin never promoted my channel. Never. He never, ever, ever promoted my channel. I never got subscribers because of Justin. I never got anything because of him, everything I do is because of me.
Julie, if you don't mind, I'm going to put our conversation on hold for just a few minutes and have a little talk with Justin. Since you've accused him of bullying you, I think that it's only fair that I hear his side of the story before I come to any conclusions. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
Wonderful. Now let's all welcome Justin to the show. Hello, Justin, and thank you for being here. I'd like to take a moment to thank you for being respectful to Julie by being quiet while she spoke. Now, I assume that you've been listening this entire time, and I'm sure that you have a lot to say. So by all means, the floor is yours. Oh my. Such a shame. He was so young, at least in his imagination. I wonder what will happen to Pearl. Oh well, I guess that I should say a few words. Dear Lord, please look out for Justin. I mean, you probably won't recognize him since he can't wear makeup or filters in heaven, but trust me, you can't miss him. He has a bunch of ant legs stapled to his forehead since he's aging out and losing his hair.
Well, hello everyone.
Vampire!
I know your time is very, very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me.
Hello, Justin, and welcome back to the land of the living.
How do you mean?
Seriously? Look, in our last interview, I didn't even know if you still had a pulse until that twitchy monkey of yours climbed on top of your head and tugged at those ant legs stapled to your scalp, and you suddenly moved.
So I'm sorry, I'm still not following you.
Your makeup looks like it was plastered on by a mortician.
Clearly you can see, that is not what we see in this case. With that, it's not, that being said,
I hate to interrupt your long and drawn-out ramblings about your denial of aging out and how you still apply jaundice-colored foundation with a putty knife. Can we just move this conversation forward because I want to ask you about your recent issues with Julie?
all right, guys. I would rather be ran over by a truck probably than talk about Julie.
Like a Five Guys truck? Sucks hearing that damn applause, doesn't it?
With that, it's not.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, listening to you is like pulling teeth. Just tell us your long-winded Julie story.
As you guys know, the other day I spoke, I went live and spoke about Miss Julie. If Julie is watching, she's welcome to join us.
Okay.
Nobody say anything disrespectful to her.
Everyone in chat, please disregard what Justin just said. By all means, feel free to run your mouths about anyone on this panel. This channel and its chat are for adults that can cope in life and don't get all triggered and butthurt at criticism.
First of all, I want to say that I think Julie has a big heart. I'll say that. I think Julie has a big heart, and I think she means well, but I also think sometimes she goes a little too far down the rabbit hole.
You don't understand. If you remember, this is like, hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Why must you insult my crazy wife?
So
now I must deal with more of her mouth breathing.
It's not.
This is unacceptable, my friend.
I'm sorry, I'm still not following you.
You make her cry and her nose liquid drips into my perfecto panko pork chops.
With that,
be nice and make her stop cry, or I beat you with your own monkey until you no breathe.
That being said, I
seriously beat you until all the little ant legs on your orange potato head fall out.
Clearly, you can see.
Tutto quello che vedo è un uomo che gioca a travestirsi.
I'm sorry, I'm still not following you.
Forget about it.
So I wanted to address some things because.
And I just want your address, you know, because.
With that,
Wait a minute. Why are you looking at me? Brittany.
I don't want to get sick. So I'm gonna go lay down or something, so.
You are weak, that is true, but you may not leave.
All right.
Now, Brittany, I seen your eyes drift my way.
Listen, I will say one thing. I think they've over dramatized Britney's side of this, but the whole side, SRB just said it, the whole side is so drama filled. It's true, but I think they've done a little bit much on her side of things. Out of everybody in here, she's the one that doesn't need to be hit on as hard. Okay, truly, but it's still funny, folks. I'm sorry.
Don't be shy, Bellissima. You may gaze upon me all you wish. Perfetto. Now don't say a word and adjust your camera so that I can bask in all of your glory. You naughty girl. Grande fupa. Per trovare il punto bagnato. Voglio rotolarti nella farina. Molto grande, fupa. No, fupa, come back. Come back, fupa. No, not you. More fupa. Please, I beg of you. Ti amo. Fupa. The heart wants what the heart wants.
Amen.
What in the world did I just witness? Julie, tell the bald father thank you for blessing us with his presence.
Okay.
And also, what in the Sam hell is a fupa?
It's clearly, with that, it's not, being said,
surprisingly, I kind of figured you wouldn't know.
Clearly.
I'm glad that we can agree. Now, do you mind if we get back to your thoughts on Julie so that we can move this along?
I think Julie has a big butt.
What?
I think Julie has a big butt.
Amen.
Easy there, Sergeant Panty Slaughter. Let's let
Happy birthday, Josie.
listen to you finish.
Tony told me to tell you that I was just packing some cigarettes.
Wait a minute. Were you just talking to your imaginary friend Tony again?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. Tony, your imaginary friend who keeps an eye on you and keeps you out of trouble. He's kind of like your PR guy.
I do and say what I want because I'm a grown-ass man. I don't need someone hanging over my shoulder to answer for me.
I'm actually glad to hear that. Perhaps now we can finally talk about your prayer to Samael, the angel of death.
Tony said that I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Wait a minute. You just said that you're a grown-ass man and that you don't need someone to speak for you.
Again, I don't know what you're talking about, but I have to be going now.
Eventually, we're going to have this conversation. Before you go, would you mind if I find someone in chat to take your place?
Tony said we shall allow it.
Perfect. Now let's look at the chat and see who wants to take your place. Let's see. Well, look who we have here. Julie, today is your lucky day. You said that Smiley was one of the people who were bullying you. She's here in chat and says, if Skolnick has an issue with me, y'all best let my ass up there so us can talk face to face. Well, Samael, it was very nice to see you this evening. And before we let Smiley up, is there anything else that you'd like to say before you go?
Did you tell her that I still have her panties?
Goodbye, Samael, and welcome, Smiley. Well, the next time that I see Samael, I'll let him know that you said that he can keep your panties. Are you serious? You wore them while doing hot yoga? Hell no. I don't want to know what it sounded like when you took them off. Listen, Smiley, you wanted to talk to Julie face to face. Well, here she is. Also, due to that image being burned into my brain of your drawers dropping to the floor like a loaded wet diaper, I'm going to mute my mouth and eyes with bleach and give my therapist a call. I'll be right back.
I have no interest in talking to you. You've watched me on YouTube and you've seen how YouTube has affected me negatively. Go away. You think YouTube makes me upset? And I go to therapy.
Silly Jedi, silly Jedi. Solo Fortuma Chaya.
You're concerned about me? Don't have to watch me. Nobody's forcing anybody to watch me. I don't know what, but Tony said something. So I guess my guess is Tony said something.
So Smiley, it's like they're basically stating that she's like Jabba the Hutt because she's sloppy and gross and just when she mumbles, the things that she says when she talks, all that kind of shit. That's all. It's. I am in so much pain right now from laughing. I can't. My head, my side, my back, my ass even hurts. Sorry.
Who are you to judge me? You don't know my story. You are not supportive. You do not have my self-interest in heart.
You only have to watch any of these creators once to see
Yeah.
that they're doing is on point. Like I said, I think Brittany, they've overdone her a little bit. I'll say that, but it's still it falls into the drama boat as far as I'm concerned, but they've definitely overdrawn her a little bit. The rest of these people,
No.
right on point. Just saying.
Hey, everyone. Sorry that I took so long, but a chubby buddy of mine made me a scavenger hunt to go on. He said that he hid a pair of pants and some other random shit out in the woods for me to find. Since I suck at detective work, but I excel at clickbait, my friend then told me where to find the shit that he hid so that it would appear that because of my YouTube detective skills, I found it on my own. It was super fun and super believable. It was just like Brian Laundrie's parents who just randomly walked up and found his body. I'm just that good. No, you silly Billy. Why in the hell would I share that information with local law enforcement? I found the treasure, not them. I needed to find this treasure for my channel, not for anyone else. If I let law enforcement know about my findings, then my treasure would have made national headlines. Now, Julie, I hope that you've been able to get some things worked out with everyone up here on panel, but I think that we should take a short break and then wrap things up. I believe that the only person left is Brittany. So let's take a quick break, and when we return, you and Brittany can then patch things up, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. Everyone, please enjoy this short commercial break, and we'll see you back here in a minute.
Wow, check out Captain D's new snacks. Craveable flavor for only $3.49. Dive into fish tenders or butterfly shrimp, all served with delicious hush puppies. Get Captain D's new snacks now.
Captain D's, the taste of the coast.
What the hell?
What the fuck is a fupa? It's a fat upper area. It's a fat upper area. And if you got area.
Holy hell. Oh, I had no idea what station that was. Our commercial break today was supposed to be sponsored by the Trinity Broadcasting Network, and clearly that wasn't the case. Well, it is what it is. Now, where were we? Oh, that's right. Julie, you've now had a chance to talk to everyone that has been bullying you except for Brittany. And as is tradition, she's sleeping again. It's funny and pathetic, isn't it? But don't you worry, Julie. I know how to wake her up. Honey bun. Where's my Captain D's?
It was in there when you walked in there.
Woman, when did you get that raggedy shit?
I just got it tonight.
You specs me to eats that?
But I got the.
You best not be streaming. This house not be cleaning itself.
You won't even let me talk.
I be doing shit and stuff all day, and you can't even makes me supper.
Pot roast was done.
You call that pot roast?
But I got the.
The only thing that be working in this damn house is the crock pot.
That hurts my feelings.
Brittany, I'm just messing with you. It's me, Reverend Lee Jonathan. You're on my live stream. I think you were half asleep again. Tell you what, why don't you take a moment to wake up, and I'll use that time to throw up a few comments from our chat. When you're feeling more awake, we'll get back to the discussion between you and Julie.
Thank you for being respectful.
I'm a respectful kind of guy. See you soon. Now let's see who we have in chat and take a look at some of their comments. Oh, here's one. This is from the user named the Boar Lodge/Whack Shack, saying, Broseph, let me up. Or are you scared? I make edgy videos using stock footage. Unfortunately, Whack Shack or Boar Lodge, I'll have to pass. I have enough crying bleeders up here already. And as you know, I don't trust anything that bleeds for a week and doesn't die. Plus, don't you have some mythical Viking cosplay bukkake meeting to attend? Or some dipshit Christian nationalism QAnon post to write? Anyway, this next user named T-Rev Dashing Child Support says, Gangstas, you want some Mickey D's? Hit me up on DoorDash. Driver name Michaela. Well, T-Rev, I'm afraid that I already had my lunch and that I'm back at work. You know, that thing that people do to earn money for their kids so they don't have to be poser grifting bitches online? But you keep fighting that good fight, Uncle Cracker. Now, I think we should show one more comment and then check in with Brittany. Let's see. Oh, wow. This one is from the user named Chalupa with extra meat saying, my first FUPA chat. Love your channel and all of your hard work.
FUPA chat. You got a FUPA chat?
Welcome back, Brittany. And yes, I got my first FUPA chat.
Well, thank you for the FUPA chat.
Sorry, Brittany, but that FUPA chat was generously given to me. Now, if you don't mind, we really need to wrap this stream up. Ladies, I need you both to quickly have it out so that we can all heal and move on. Julie, since you have an issue with Brittany, perhaps you should go first.
I have no interest in talking to you.
Julie, you don't have to talk to Brittany if you don't want to. I just thought I'd give you both a neutral platform to do it on. Perhaps in time, we can try this again. Now, Brittany, is there anything that you'd like to say to Julie?
Yep, I think so. I really do.
By all means, the floor is yours.
I heard exactly what you said. I'm glad you're here. Do you have a problem with that? Do I have to explain to you every move I make in my own life? That's exactly what you fucking did. And I fucking did. I don't owe you shit.
Um,
Have the best day ever being a triggered bitch, you weird fucking manly looking. Oh God, I want to say so much. I'm not. Whoever fucking told you I don't take showers, you are a nasty bitch. You truly are. Go clean your fingernails. And your day's coming. And no, that's not a threat. That's not a threat. It's the law of the universe, you dumb bitch. You're freaking psycho. You are a psycho fucking path who has nothing but time. You are miserable. Go do something. Go do something with your family. And you're just as ugly on the inside as you are the outside. And I said you look like a man. I'll say it 1,000 times. You look like a man. You call me a cow. You say that I don't take showers. I got news for you. I would never want to be friends with people that sit there and look shame.
Damn, Brittany, are you okay?
I honestly don't have time for her. I really don't.
What in the hell did Julie do to you that has made you abandon your Christian beliefs so much that you would talk to another one of God's children like this?
She's triggered by my profile picture. She says my hair is oily in this picture. But that's not oil, you idiots. Can you even braid your hair? Fucking wirehead. Can you braid your hair? She called me fat. She called me ugly. She said I don't have eyebrows. She said that when I walk, I make a weird like clapping sound, calling me fat. She called me a cow. I stink and I don't take showers. I don't know where the fuck that came from. Nasty bitch. But by the looks of your fingernails, it looks like you wipe your ass with them.
Brittany.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's, sometimes I don't come out and say things that I think because my mama's raised me to be classy and not to say things that, come to your mind that aren't nice. But since you want to go there, we can go there. You look like you wipe your ass with your fingernails. I'm just saying. I can keep going. I can definitely keep going.
I think that it's time to end this before we...
She thinks she's going to hurt me. She's not going to hurt me. I'm just going to clap back at her ass. Like you said, my ass sounds when I walk. My man loves my big ass. At least I'm not shaped like a man. I'm proud to have a big ass.
Brittany, enough. Apologize to Julie right now. This is getting out of hand.
No, I'm not going to apologize. I said what I meant. And she can keep saying that I'm transphobic. Bitch, are you trans? I don't think so. I'm proud of having a big ass. You ain't hurting me, girl. You ain't hurting me at all. I love my ass. That's one of my best assets.
I'm sorry, everyone. I will not allow another word to be spilled by that dirty pirate hooker's hypocritical mouth. This is why I do these streams, folks, to show all of you the hypocrisy that poisons these streets and this world. Anyone that supports these chuckle fucks needs to be committed. Please be sure to give this video a thumbs up. It lets me know that you truly get something out of my content. I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to seeing you next time on The Burning Bush.
Wow.
You know what? That was rough. I think I hurt myself. That was very, very rough. Oh, wow. That was interesting today. Wow. My eyes. I feel like my eyes are permanently squinted. Too funny to me. Hold on, guys. Okay. By the way, happy birthday, Miss Josie. Glad you're here today. Good to see you. Good to have you here. And just because of that, guess what's coming next? I hope you enjoy this. Happy birthday, dear.
And that's the way it is.
Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Hang on, man. Be careful, tomboy.
Hi, Josie. Happy birthday. It's time to dance. Now that's done, it's time for more. Get onto the dance floor. Happy birthday.
Those were hilarious. They're so weird. I figured that she would get a kick out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. My eyes are burning from laughing. Jesus. And of course, your cake too, Josie. All right, dear. There you go. I hope you have a great day today, and I hope you have a great year, and hope we can do it in next year. If it's just us, it looks like it's just me and Mama Bear.
What happened?
Oh, it looks like I have girly boobs because I'm over top of your face.
Oh.
On the screen, they're saying.
Yes, I see.
And leave it to Phil to figure that out.
Of course.
No worries. No worries. Here, if I hide my face, is that better?
Cassie said I was drinking water too, damn it.
Anyway, I hope you do have a great day today, Josie. And I hope you guys enjoyed the Mocking Media. Please check them out if you have not yet. And thank you guys for being here today. Like I said, tomorrow we will be here bright and early, which I think it starts at 11 for the Idaho hearing. I'll be here this afternoon here in a little bit again to cover some more stuff on that leading up to it. And we'll be here Thursday and Friday for both hearings I'll be covering, and then I'll be back to the regular scheduled programming after that. Thanks, Bill. Much appreciated. I'm glad I could make you happy, I guess, or whatever. Yeesh. Nice pubes. Thanks, Josie. See if I'm missing anything in chat. Anything to add to any of what we looked at today there, Mrs. Mama Bear?
Mm-mm.
No?
No.
Wonder why. We should be able to flip these around so that yours is over top of you and mine is over top of me. Molly's snagging pictures. She probably is. And yes, I guarantee she is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But yeah, I'll be back here in a little bit for the afternoon show. And like I said, we'll be here. I believe that the hearing starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow, which would be 11 a.m. our time, Eastern Standard Time. So I'll probably be in here about 10:30. I figured she did, yes. Yeah, it's gonna bug me. I wonder if it'll make. Nope. Didn't change.
Nope.
Damn it. Oh, that's even better. Haha.
There you go. Just cover up the whole damn thing.
It's all gone. Anyway, I want to thank Chickbait for many. We have 12 new members as of today. That's awesome. And thank you for the super chats that were put out today. Anybody that donated to the channel and support. I am wearing a V-neck, Phil. It just doesn't V so much. Is that better? Does that help you? Get your hair smell terrific. What in the hell are you talking about? Are you taking pain meds or something? Here's Villa. I got a haircut. Nobody even noticed that. It's spiky now instead of slicked over. Oh, you have no idea. So be it, Phil. Whatever works. Whatever works. That's all it matters. What's with the skeleton? What are you doing, Molly? Let's see. Anything else in here? Not that I noticed. All right. Like I said, I'll be back in. Thank you, under and over it. I'll be back in this afternoon. What is it now? 2:45. So a couple hours at least. I got to get some things handled. And pray to God I don't fall asleep. There we go. Oh, wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. Where are you at, Kathy? Wait a minute. Yeah, and we will jump into the Moderators, please jump into the mod. I know it's an off day, but jump into the mod voice afterwards for a quick get together, if you don't mind. Oh, here we go. I'm just checking one thing before we head out. They dropped 2 new documents: stipulated motion to seal defendant's notice of defense expert disclosure, and the order sealing the defense expert disclosure. So we'll talk about those 2 this afternoon a little bit. Not much to talk about, I'm sure, but still. I want to look into some other things and just talk about it in general. So, all right, y'all. I'm too sexy for my love. Oh, wow, Phil. You're not one today for sure. Get to that doctor. Anyway, thank you guys so much for joining us. I appreciate you guys very much. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. I appreciate you joining us today. And don't forget on your way out the door, if you haven't done it yet, to make sure you hit that like button and hit the like button on Mama Bear's side, which that link is still pinned in the chat. And we will see you guys very soon. Mama Bear?
I will see you guys later. Probably not today. Should be able to in the morning because I don't go to my parents till the afternoon. So maybe I can make it for part of the hearing.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. We'll see you
And
guys.
thank you, everybody that has subscribed or liked or anything on my channel. I appreciate it. That's all.
It's growing, and we appreciate that, guys, very much. See you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment a shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect in this joy.